Oh no, I was muted. Long time no slow damage. I miss this game a lot. I have, what's it called? What's the term called for when drug addicts don't get their fix? Withdrawal, yes. I am experiencing slow damage withdrawal, so I will be playing this game. Probably 3-4 hours for once. Yeah. Okay, let me fix something. Mamma mia. Okay. I think we're exploring. I want to go for 3-4 hours, but there's gonna be like a naughty scene, I guess. I'll just skip over it, I guess. Forgot what the fuck we were doing. Oh, this is like the song that plays when that weirdo comes. Like, hello? Oh, maybe we haven't read this. It's been 7 years since the place first opened. And it's established an impressive reputation in the time since then. Taku's a great doctor and all, but what the patients love is his bedside manner. That's true. In exchange for a living space on the 3rd floor, I work at the clinic as a receptionist. I wouldn't mind doing that, maybe. But I don't especially want to live or work here. I'm just doing what Taku tells me to do. Oh. In addition to Taku, Rei, and Arimura, there are just 3 other employees. It's a small clinic, so there aren't many of us. I think my doctor's clinic has like 3 people. Okay. I don't know where my final destination is. I want to know where that is first so I don't accidentally click that. And the green one's like, I assume nothing happens when you click it. I think the game tells me, like, oh, you want to end here? I'm like, no! I thought I felt someone watching me from somewhere. Maybe it was all in my head. Oh, hey, Arimura. Why are you sitting next to me? This is my usual seat. This is my usual seat. You just happen to be sitting next to it. Come to think of it, you do sit there a lot. Very well. Next time, I'll have to remember to sit somewhere else. Yes, please do. They fucking hate each other. I think this is the first time they've, like... I've actually seen this dude around.
Oh.
Hey, Toa-san? Lately, has Dr. Murasai been acting strangely, in your opinion? Strange? In what way? Well, let's see. He seems prickly at all hours of the day. I thought perhaps you might know what's going on, so I forced myself to ask you.
Negative.
I just do what the thing at the bottom tells me to do, because that's how I get the... what's it called? The paint thing? Taku tends to bottle up his stress for sure. That's just the sort of man he is. Lately, he appears to be deeply exhausted. Makes me think, Maybe something's going on with him. If you haven't heard anything, then I guess I'll never know. I apologize for the sudden question. Well then, now that I have finished my meal, I'll be going back to the clinic. Feel free to take your time. I will, sweetheart. Cool. I can't believe I accidentally sat next to your regular spot. What a blunder. This bitch. Hater. Did you need something?
Yeah.
No.
何ですか?
Don't look at me. Thanks. I'm not. You're clearly full of yourself. Excuse me? Wow, these bitches hate each other. Whoa. Having mint tea because my tummy hurts.
Toa.
Oh, Toa. I don't remember what sort of voice I did for this person, and I think even if I did remember, I'm not sure if I could pull it off. Will?
Yo.
Hey, Arto.
どうしたの?
What's up? Running errands?
Yeah.
No errands in particular. Just walking. Gotcha. I tend to think of you as a night owl, so... Oh shit, I'm in the way. Oops. I'm really in the way. Whoa! Get the fuck out of the way. God damn. There we go. My apologies. Gotcha. I tend to think of you as a night owl, so it's kind of weird seeing you out and about during the day. I'm hardly a vampire. These days, the city feels so tense. It's uncomfortable.
そうだな.
For sure. Toa, have you ever felt the urge to leave Shinkomi? Casual. Which one's more casual? Joking or speak your mind?
Positive.
Yeah.
ないな.
Nope. Gotcha.
そろそろ行くね.
Sorry to hold you up. I'm gonna go now. Cool.
そういえば
That reminds me. There was something I wanted to pick up. Better swing by the grocery store. What are your plans today?
特には.
Haven't really thought of any.
ね
Do you ever go to the grocery store at all?
まあ.
Sometimes Ray drags me with him when he goes shopping. Oh, I see. It's hard to picture you grocery shopping, to be honest.
そういえば
Excuse me? I felt a gaze again and came to a stop. Maybe Sakaki was monitoring me just out of sight. Junko? Oh, so, oh my god, you know, you hardly ever talk to me. I'm so flattered. Oh. Almost accidentally ended my stream. Since you can hear my dog barking, I'm just gonna... Where is she? Might as well. Since you can kind of hear her. Ah! Might as well. Well, I saw you squatting out in front of this flower shop, so... Oh wait, so you don't just ignore me whenever you see me? Aw, that's so sweet. So sweet. What's up? This is a flower shop, so I take it you're here to buy flowers too?
いや、
Nah, I was just passing by. So we bump into each other purely by chance. I'm here to buy flowers for someone I really care about. Say, Toa, what flowers do you think would be good? Hmm.
ポジティブに。そうだな。
How about these blue ones? Those are cute, you know. I was actually looking at those. Great minds think alike. To tell the truth, I kinda had a fight with this person, so we haven't spoken in a while. If I had to guess, neither of us probably care about the fight anymore, but I just don't know how to talk to them again. That's why I thought I'd send flowers as a token of my feelings.
そうね。
Deep down, I know I should go see them in person and spill my guts, but...
そうか。
I sure hope I can repair our friendship. Pray for me, Toa.
もう行くわ。
Anyway, gotta go buy these flowers. Ta-ta, later.
ああ、
Later. Flower shops always smell so nice, don't you think? You should buy something while you're here.
興味ない。
Not interested. Do you even like flowers? I've never stopped to think about it. You really wear too much black. Maybe you should try primary colors. No. Have you considered that wearing all black is elegant? Hmm.
とは
Ray? Toa, here you are. Glad I found you. Ray? I fucking love Ray. God. I went to your place, but you weren't there, so I figured you were out and about. Then, when I went out for lunch, I figured I'd check the park, and sure enough, can I talk to you? You could just text Toa, bro.
ああ、
Sure. Listen,
ごめんね。
I'm sorry. I just can't stop thinking about it, you know? About Taku? Yeah, I'm trying to act normal and all, but...
あのね。
Hey Toa, is there any way to cut ties with the Takusato Gumi?
Positive. まあ、
Maybe if you leave town. Otherwise, I doubt it. Yeah. I guess running back to the mainland is an option. I know it's impossible to get away from them completely, but
どうしよ
I just keep asking myself, is there really no choice but to give up?
そうか。
Sorry for getting a little too real there. I'm gonna go buy lunch. What about you?
いや、
I'll pass. Not again! I'm gonna buy you something and put it in the staff room fridge for you, so you better eat it. See you later.
う。
I'm gonna go now.
ああ、
Cool.
もう。
I need to snap out of it. don't force yourself. I know, but I just gotta get through the afternoon somehow. Give me like 1 minute. My dog's barking a lot. Gotta check on the baby.
Zosha. Come here, Zosha. Zosha. Zosha, come here. Come here. Yum yum. Zosha, come here. Yum yum. Oh.
Doggy acquired. Oh shit, I forgot to mute my mic. I hope that... I think this is like slow... No, what's it called? This is Sweet Pool Art, I'm pretty sure. This is Kolo Street, the road with the most foot traffic in all of District D. It's a well-known tourist trap, so there's always tons of people on the street. There are no sidewalks, so it's a pedestrian's paradise with no cars in sight. Though District D is the entertainment district, the crime rate is still pretty high. In the alleys, crime happens every single day. The police appear to be on patrol, but they don't actually do anything. They don't want more paperwork to deal with. Sucks. Tajima!
Hantaka.
Oh, to do a grandma voice.
Come on in. Oh, it's you.
あ
Yeah.
どうしたんだい
What's the matter? You seem a little different.
How so?
Something bad happened to ya?
あま
I wouldn't say bad per se. But as with a lot of things, there's no point in crying about it.
どうなんだい
Don't you have anybody you care about?
あポジティブにないな
Not right now, at least.
そうかい
I see. Maybe you haven't found that special person, special someone yet. But when you do,
やめな
don't you dare run away from how you feel.
そうか
Don't hide behind the excuse that crying won't change anything. It means you need to take action, but you don't want to.
You're totally right. I should have known you would understand.
One look at you and it's obvious to anyone.
それで
Now then, if you're gonna buy something, make it quick.
Alright then, I'll take this.
That'll be 300 yen.
ああ
change.
どうも。
Come again sometime.
When I do the high-pitched granny voice, it likes to cut out a lot.
はあ。
Lately, it feels like the birth rate's been going down. Gonna buy something else?
いや
No.
そういえば。
How's Dr. Mercy doing these days?
どうだかな
Hard to say.
Well, I just hope he doesn't work himself sick.
はあ。
Oh, she's such a cute little granny. Bye, granny. Sorry, I just noticed something weird floating in my tea, and I was like, ooh, I need to remove that. Don't want to get diarrhea again. Rows of high-rise buildings on a clean polar street. Welcome to Hagawita Street in District C. Located at the center of the city, District C is home to all of Shinkomi's government buildings. Those blessed with wealth choose to live here. The street is lined with ultra-modern high-rise office buildings. In the day, office workers flood the sidewalks, but at night there's next to no foot traffic, so quiet it's nigh unrecognizable as part of Shinkomi. Travel west down the main street and you'll find an upper-class residential area with luxury condos and single-family homes. This district contains the Shinkomi Cathedral, the Shinkomi General Hospital, and a few other facilities you won't find anywhere else. Cross Hagawita Street and head east, and you'll reach the Takasato headquarters and estate. District C may have a comparatively better economy and lower crime rates, but it's also the base of operations for the local Yakuza.
Okay.
Takasato Gumi. Here in the sleepy residential area, you can see a large, prominent office building. An eagle emblem, the insignia of the Takasato Gumi, gleams gold in the light. This is their main headquarters. It's located in an upper-class residential neighborhood in District C, to the far east of Hagawita Street. The gang members are all housed in the Takasato estate, located nearby. It's safe to say this is Yakuza turf. Travel farther east and you'll reach a sole bridge leading into District A. You'll need to cross that to reach the deathmatch area. You'd think a bougie neighborhood would complain about deathmatch fighters passing through all the time, but again, Yakuza turf. The gang members keep a close eye on the bridge at all times, so there are never any major incidents. This place is so quiet, you'd never know it was a criminal organization's home base. This is Takasato Gumi's main headquarters. The office is located on the corner of an upper-class residential block in District C. But the gang members aren't typically seen around here, since they're usually they're all usually off on business elsewhere. Head east from the office and you'll find a bridge leading into District A. Anyone headed to the deathmatch area has to cross it. Thus, the gang members patrol the area in shifts in order to monitor all activity. One wrong move and you'll get your ass dragged into their HQ, so nobody ever tries to start shit. Ooh. I don't think we've seen this before. Maybe this is a different casino? I like how they're trying to make it seem like Los Angeles with the palm trees. That's an interesting touch. I doubt... Maybe they could have this in Japan, but I doubt they do. Garish neon lights flash atop the glittering buildings. This is District B, where the casinos, retail stores, and amusement parks are located. In its heyday, this place made a name for itself as one of Japan's best casino resorts, attracting tourists from all over the world. To this day, the casino industry is still Shinkomi's biggest source of income, but not to the same extent as it used to be. These days, people prefer the casual, affordable casino experience over exclusive memberships. Rumor says it's easier to win big at the cheap ones. With a low barrier to entry, more and more people are getting addicted to gambling and consequently falling into debt. First, they gamble away their money, which leads to loans, which results in more money spent gambling, which leads to more loans. This simple business cycle produces a near-endless cash flow. Fitting of the Takusato Gumi, an organization notorious for being money-hungry. This is Hagoita Street in District B. District B is Shinkomi's front entrance, the area with all the casinos and amusement parks. This district is the primary source of income for Shinkomi, particularly the casinos, due in part to all the tourists, both from mainland Japan and overseas. For the locals, District B is not a place to hang out. If anything, it's a place to work. That being said, plenty of people are hung up on the prospect of winning big. Some take out loans purely so they can keep gambling. But it's not just the casino. Some people get addicted to the luxury nightclubs instead. Either way, they end up in debt. Ooh, final pit stop, the park.
Taku.
Show yourself. This is Shinkomi Seaside Park in District B. It's a big and famous tourist attraction located at the northernmost tip of Shinkomi. During the winter holidays, it's used as an event venue, and camera crews often come here to record footage for the news. Place with the best view is the plaza, where you can enjoy a dazzling night view of both Shinkomi and the mainland. The park features some grassy areas too. Yeah, right here. Right here. This place is so quiet and peaceful, and you'd never imagine the neon glow of the casino area is right around the corner. What the freak? Oh, it's you.
Yeah.
Did you know? The Takusato HQ was attacked by an unknown forces. Apparently they dealt a lot of damage, though the executives are all unhurt. Who is behind it? Team Sakaki or Team Tono? Could it be the mainland?
うわ
A drug dealer told me. Lately, unauthorized narcotics have been going around. Its side effects are notable. The user hallucinates that bugs are attacking, flips out, and claws at their body. Very abnormal. But everyone who's experienced it seems to disappear shortly afterward. There's something going on behind the scenes.
そ
District B, also known as Shinkomi's front entrance. But there's men in suits standing all over town, and I hear spies, cameras are set up everywhere, too. Less crime, but still just as unsettling as the other districts.
うお
On the 19th, a group of mainland politicians are supposedly coming to Shinkomi. Surely they wouldn't set foot in this nightmare without good reason. Hopefully it doesn't cause any trouble, but our relationship with the mainland is liable to get worse.
怖
There are lots of horror stories about Shinkomi hospitals. My friend's a nurse, and they told me every now and then the hospitalized patients just vanish into thin air. This would make headlines back in the mainland, but here in Shinkomi, the cops refuse to investigate. So bizarre.
あ
Monster Hills is a District D back alley nightclub at the harbor on the coast. Have you heard of it? Lately, everybody is talking about their blowout prices. Very affordable. But people say the girls have been acting weird. So if you want to go at your own risk.
は
It's cold.
そうか。
Cool.
あ
That is all for today.
ああ、
Alright. See you later.
そうか。
Where the fuck else do I go? Do I go back? There's someone gonna be here? What the fuck, have I been playing this game wrong? Oh. You... Oh, it's because... Oh, I see. Let's go home. Exploration over. Over and out. Back in my apartment, I pulled my coat off and sank into the sofa. Then I grabbed the floor bottle at my feet, but when I remembered I had to work later, I put it back. Instead, I lit a cigarette and took a long drag. No damage. Today I worked the night shift, so by the time I was done, the day had changed. I went back to my apartment and got dressed to go to roost. Right as I walked out of the elevator, however, I saw Taku walking towards me.
とは。
His expression was a bit more stern than usual.
どこへ行くんだ。
Where are you going?
ルースター。
部屋にいろ。
Stay home, young man. But Dad... Stay home. I bristled at his commanding tone of voice.
なんで
What for?
前にも言っただろう。高里組が荒れてるって。
I keep telling you, the Takasato Gumi is out of control lately.
だから
So?
むやみに出歩かない方がいい。
So, you shouldn't go out walking around in the dark. My reaction was the same as the last time we had this conversation. Why worry about it at this stage? Now my hackles were up.
最近おかしいぞお前
You know, you've been acting really weird lately.
それは。
Yeah, well,
何かあったのか
is something going on?
別に。
No.
誰にも相談できないようなことなのか
So, is something you can't talk to anyone about? He closed his mouth and fell silent. Once again, this man was a terrible liar.
言いたくないならそれでいいただし俺もそんな奴の言葉は聞かない
If you don't want to talk about it, that's your choice, but I'm not gonna blindly take orders from you. He averted his gaze without responding. Clearly, this conversation was over. I turned on my heel and walked out of the building. He didn't chase after me. Nor was I expecting him to. Right now, he was struggling with a secret he couldn't reveal to a single soul. He was forbidden from confessing the truth, and it was tearing him apart. Perhaps it was that straightforward, sincere side of him that Tono preyed upon. As I thought about Taku, I walked down the street in the direction of Roost, until I heard the sound of an engine quietly approaching from behind. Oh. I shot a quick glance over my shoulder. A car was slowly rolling along behind me. Oh shit. Then it suddenly shot forward and braked directly in front of me, blocking my path. The front passenger door opened and a bespectacled man stepped out. Is it who I think it is? Oh. Tono, fucker.
元気かとは
How are you, Soa? With both hands in his pockets, he strode over to me. I stared back at him silently. He shook his head in amusement.
少し話がしたくなってな迎えに来たんだ乗ってくれ
I wanted to have a little chat, so I came to pick you up. Hop on in.
No!
He opened the rear passenger door and gestured with one hand for me to get in. Running away never crossed my mind. Quite the opposite, this was the perfect opportunity to ask him about his relationship with Taku.
No means no!
Wordlessly, I climbed into the back of the car. A man in a suit, probably one of Tono's goons, was seated beside me.
Hey!
Instead of closing the door, Tono put a hand on the roof and peered in. As he drew his face close to mine, his condescending eyes narrowed in a sneer. Are you gonna kiss me? Choo-choo.
突然悪いな
Sorry to spring this on you.
話は
What did you want to talk about? He smirked.
話というよりはちょっとした余興だ
Actually, I thought we could have a little fun. He jerked his chin in the direction of his subordinate. Suddenly, the other man grabbed my arm. He hiked my sleeve up, exposing my scarred skin. Oh no, he's gonna get injected with something. Oh shit.
動くな
Don't move. I tried to yank my arm away, but the other man was stronger, and the car was too cramped for me to escape.
かっこいい腕だな
What impressive scars you have. Tono let out a playful whistle as his lackey pulled an injection needle out of his pocket. Yeah, fuck. He uncapped it with his teeth. Oh, wow. Oh my god.
薬か
Drugging me. I muttered under my breath and Tono patted the top of the car.
その通り、さすがだな。気分はどうだ？
Precisely. I always knew that you were a smart kid. Excited?
別にやりたきゃやれよ
Meh. Knock yourself out.
そう来なくちゃな。
This is so fucking funny. Just getting kidnapped and being like, oh yeah, just drug me up, it's fine. What the fuck, I don't care. Toa is such an interesting protagonist. I can't think of another protagonist that would have this reaction. They'll be like, oh yeah, fuck it, just do it. Pfft, why not? That's what I like to hear. The sharp needle pierced through the thinnest skin on my arm. A prick of pain shot through me as the man plunged the needle's contents into my body. I could feel the chill of the fluid under my skin. Gradually, my pulse began to quicken and I started breathing more heavily. Oh shit! This is the bad medication. What? But no amount of deep breathing would calm my heart. Then the back of my neck started to burn, along with the tips of my fingers and toes. It felt like I was on fire. My heart was pounding out of control. My throat was dry, my ears were ringing. Then my vision started to blur like I was holding back tears. I could scarcely breathe. Before I knew it, the needle had left my arm. Damn, Taku was right, man. Shouldn't went out. As I gasped for breath, I tried to look at Tono, but I was too dizzy to focus.
村瀬を呼べ。
Fetch mercy.
はい。
Yes, sir. At Tono's command, an underling opened the opposite passenger door and got out. In his absence, I crumpled over into the empty space next to me, wheezing in agony. The overwhelming heartburn made me want to vomit. Unable to withstand it, I emptied out the contents of my stomach onto the direction of the floor.
おいおい、勘弁してくれよ。
Oh, come on. Did you have to do that? Yeah, bro, just for fun. An indeterminate amount of time passed. Probably just a few minutes, but to me it felt like an eternity.
とわ
Papa! You mean... I could hear Taku calling my name, but I didn't have the strength to look up.
よう、村瀬。お前の大事なトアが大変なことになってるぞ。
Hello there, Murasei. It seems your precious Toa's having a real hard time.
どうのお前、トアに何をした
Tono, you bastard! What did you do to him?
死にはしない。おそらくな。どうしてこうなったのかは、お前が一番よくわかってるはずだろう。
Gaslight? Gatekeep? Girl boss? Tono. Oh, it won't kill him. Most likely. But you should know it's your fault this happened. Tucker didn't respond, but I could sense his fury.
よく考えろよ。
I'd think carefully if I were you. Tono walked back around to the front passenger side.
車が汚れちまったな。後で掃除しとけ。行くぞ。
Now the car's all dirty. Make sure you clean it up later. Let's go. The underling reached back into the car, grabbed my shoulders, and dragged me out onto the pavement.
Papa Taku!
Tono and his crewmate hopped into the car and they sped away in a cloud of exhaust fumes.
大丈夫かおい
Toa, are you okay? Answer me! I could hear Taku's voice in my ear. Faintly, I opened my eye. My vision was blurry like I was underwater, but I could feel him trying to haul me up onto my feet. My fuzzy mind did its best to operate my feet.
クリニックまで歩くぞいいな
Why can't you drive me or take a cab, you silly little man? We're gonna walk back to the clinic, alright? Leaning against him, I slowly stumbled forward. Back at the clinic, Taka laid me down on an empty waiting room bench, then walked off down the hall. After a moment, he returned, and I felt something warm and wet press against my mouth. A washcloth.
自分で起き上がれるか
Can you sit up? Hand shaking, I grabbed the back of the bench and slowly pulled myself into a sitting position. My body was so heavy it felt like I'd been turned into stone. If I relaxed for even a second, I'd probably slump over again.
水と洗面器を持ってきた口気持ち悪いだろ
I brought you some water in a wash bowl. Your mouth probably feels pretty gross after that. Yeah? I took the mug of water, then I sipped, gargled, and spat it back into the wash bowl again and again.
大丈夫か
Feeling okay?
きつい。
Not really. My honest feelings left my lips in a low mumble. While the nausea had receded, the heavy lethargy was still weighing me down. But worst of all was the heat. It was like they'd injected me with magma.
だから外へは出るなと言っただろ
This is why I told you not to go outside. Sorry, Dad. Oh my god, I didn't know I'd get drugged. Fuck. I looked at him.
トーノと何があった？
Is something going on with you and Tono? Taku furrowed his brow and fell silent. But before I could press him further, all of a sudden I felt something swelling in my loins. What's up? It had to be the drugs. Every part of my body was unnaturally worked up. I clenched at the collar of my shirt with one hand. The only way I could describe it was forced arousal. My shoulders heaved.
どうした
What's wrong? Taku peered at me. The instant our eyes met, an electric current shot through me. Oh no, I didn't think this would happen so soon. What the fuck? Let me double check something. Yeah, that should be good enough. Yeah.
どう
He frowned, sensing something amiss. I intentionally slumped to the side, and he reached out to catch me on pure impulse. The faintest touch made my skin tingle, the impact tied directly to pleasure. I ran a hand alongside the arms currently wrapped around my body. His brow furrowed even more deeply.
どうしっかりしろ
Toa, snap out of it!
熱い。
I'm so hot.
熱があるのか
Do you have a fever?
違う。薬打たれて。
No, it's the drugs.
それは
Oh, well, He seemed to catch my drift. His expression grew hesitant.
とりあえず 休んだ方が。
For now, you should probably lie down and... Before he could straighten up, I snaked an arm around his neck and pulled him to me. This ain't part of your insurance, buddy. With his perplexed face mere inches from mine, I looked up at him.
相手しろ。
Help me.
待て、それは。
Oh, wait, but... I mean...
うるさい。
Stop talking.
とは。
Yeah, that's... You saw it. Oh my god, I didn't think this would happen so soon. What the fuck? Oh. Okay. To shut him up, I pressed my lips against his. Desperately, he tried to pull away, but I wasn't about to let him. I wrapped my arms around his head and slid my tongue between his protesting lips. I licked his tightly gritted teeth and nibbled on his lower lip, enticing him to open up. Wow.
やめろ。
Stop! He whipped his head to the side. Oh, no more. It's over. But while he seemed hesitant, I didn't sense any repulsion. He always claimed that he wasn't interested in the same sex. Maybe he couldn't turn me down since we'd known each other for so long. Oh. In that case, I was prepared to take full advantage. Toa, you sleazy bastard. I like that in a protagonist. I wrapped my tongue along his jaw to his neck and loudly sucked at his skin. Whoa.
わかった。わかったから。ちょっと待て。
Oh my god, oh, he sounds... Toa, I get it, alright? I get it, just give me a minute. He shoved me back, distancing himself. The orange smoke that rose from his body spasmed and swayed restlessly.
薬のせいで収まりがつかない。
So the drug's making you all pent up, is that it? Yeah. I nodded, blinking in bewilderment. He let out a sigh.
俺は男としたことがないからよくわからん。が、あれだ。抜くくらいだったらできるだろう。
Taking one for the team, Taku, yeah! I've never done it with a guy before, so I don't know how to do any of that, but... I mean... I could rub one out.
それでいいか。
Would that work? This was clearly the very best compromise he was willing to offer. Personally, as long as it solved the problem, I wasn't picky. I nodded. Yeah, sure. His face lit up with relief, then he pursed his lips.
それじゃあこっちに背中を預けて俺にもたれかかってくれ。
Alright then. Lean back against me and I'll reach around. No! Okay. I thought they were just gonna give me like a jump scare dick. As requested, I sat up, turned around, and leaned back against him. I bent my knees and spread my legs. My wiener was already pitched a tent in my pants. Impatiently, I unbuckled my belt and unzipped my jeans.
さうさ。
Taku's like, oh, I'm gonna touch it now. His voice was resolute and his hand slid around my waist. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna skip. He's just like, it's just a wiener. You know, just hanging out with wieners, just like Yeah, and then To was like, that's not how you wank someone off, this is how you do it. And then
こうか。
Taku's just like, yeah, like this. I've never touched a wiener before. I don't know how this works. Yeah, Taku's like, what the fuck? It's a wiener. What the fuck? He's like, oh my god, I'm so shy. What the fuck? Touching a wiener? Yeah. It felt like I was teaching a young version. Wow. He's like, Toa's like, oh my god.
もっと
This is so crazy. The drugs is making this so fun. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. They're doing something. Maybe I don't know. He's just working out. He's just working out.
苦だ
He's just working out, you know.
こういう風に
And then Toa's just like, oh my god, my imagination is going wild. This is crazy. What the fuck?
気持ちいいな。
And like Taku's like, oh my god, is it good? And then Toa's like, yeah, it's great, buddy. I'm afraid of YouTube killing me, so that's why. Oh wait, can you see things? Oh no! Shut up! There's children! Shut up! Okay, thank God. He was... Shut up! Ah! Shut up! Should have.
気分は収まったか。
Taku's like, oh my god, feel better, bro?
まだ
What? Not yet? What the fuck, are you kidding me?
まだ
You gotta be kidding me. It's not
どう
enough.
すりゃいいんだ。
こっちも使わないと無理
What the fuck?
ちょっと待ってくれ。
じゃあいい
どうする気だ。
Okay, so basically what happened, like... Taku's like, yeah, that's good enough, pretty good. And then Toa's like, nah, I want it in my ass. And then Taku's like, what the fuck? No! He's like... He's like, what about anal? And then Taku's like, sorry bro, Hey, where are you going?
他へ行く
Where else? Somewhere else. In other words, to find a different partner.
待て。
Wait. Before I could leave, he grabbed my hand.
それはダメだ。やめろ。
Why? What the fuck? But Dad... Stop! I can't let you do that.
できないんだろ
Well, someone's gotta help me. Timidly, Taku averted his gaze. Then after a few seconds, he looked back at me with determination in his eyes. What?
わかった。俺がする。
What? What? Alright, I'll do it. What the fuck? Again? What the fuck? This man spoils me way too much. Is what I would say if I hadn't just bullied him into it. With that thought, I straddled him as he sat on the bench. What the fuck? Again? Oh my
う
god.
どうする
Oh my god.
どうすりゃいいんだ。
And then Toa's like, oh my god, how you want to do it? And then Taku's like, I don't know, man.
入れろよ
What the?
待て。それはちょっと待て。
What
いきなり
the?
はさすがにハードルが高い。
So Toa's like, oh my god, so anal? And then Taku's like, what? What? Oh!
指じゃダメか。
Taku's like, can't I just use my fingies?
いいよ
And then Toa's like, yeah, just use your fingies.
それじゃあ、お前の家へ行こう。ここは落ち着かない。さっき、
分かった
Okay. So they're moving locations because Taku's like, this is kind of stressing me out. It's, yeah. Don't want, yeah. So they just go to Towa's room. Oh wow, yo, what's
ソ
up?
ファーに寝てろよ。
And they go to the sofa. 2 for 1, baby. Ray only got 1 fucking scene. Towa gets like 2? What the fuck?
これ。
これってローションとコンドーム。
わ
おい、なんだ。
寝ろって。
Wah.
Yeah.
No, I'm just gonna skip this. It's too long. Oh my god, I just want to.
やってみる。
And they're like, oh my god, oh, what's happening? Oh, I guess no CG. Oh, I thought there would be a CG. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Oh, there is CG. What the fuck? What? That's crazy. What? Whoa! There's a CG. What the fuck? A second one? What the fuck? What the fuck? Wow! What the fuck? Another one? What the fuck? And then, like, Taku's like, bro, that's not fair. You can't just start sucking my willy. That's not what we agreed on. What the fuck? And Taku's like, oh my god, this is crazy. What the fuck? What the fuck? Shut up! 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 You're done. You're done. You're done. Okay, then like Towa like fucking. I tried to move off him, but I didn't have the strength, so instead I crashed to the floor. And then Taku's like, "Whoa, you okay?" Okay, I think it should be over. What the fuck? He sat up, grabbed my arm, and hauled me back up to the sofa. As we both gasped for breath, I looked over at him. He awkwardly averted his eyes. As his lips faded into and rationality took control, he would only feel more and more uncomfortable. Oops. Oopsies. Sluggishly, I reached out, grabbed my cigarettes off the coffee table, and lit one up.
どうだった
How was it?
どうって。
How was what? I smirked at him as I exhaled smoke.
案外男も悪くなかっただろ
Not so bad doing it with guys, am I right? Nonplussed, Taku stared at the floor and rubbed the back of his hand.
そういうことを言うな。お前があまりにも辛そうだったから、やむを得ず仕方なくやったんだ。
Don't talk like that. I only did it because you were in pain. I didn't have a choice. Oh my god, I'm straight, guys. Come on.
言ったくせに
Then why did it make you come? My playful jab earned me a sharp glare. Oh, thank god my dog's asleep. I just feel so awkward reading this out when my dog's right behind me. What the fuck?
とは
よくなかったのか
Didn't it feel good? He faltered and turned away.
そういうことを言うなと言ってるだろう。ノーコメントだ。俺にもくれ。
I told you, stop talking like that. No comment. And let me bum one. I looked down questioningly as his outstretched hand. At his outstretched hand.
もうやめたんだろ
I thought you quit.
そうだった。
Oh, right. He hastily retracted his hand. Then he began to fidget restlessly, lacing and unlacing his fingers over and over. He had to be in quite a state to forget that he quit smoking. Laughing to myself, I put a cigarette between my lips and slowly rose to my feet.
俺は結構良かったよ
Well, I had a pretty good time. Good for you!
男が初めてにしては上出来だった
You did great, considering it was your first time with a dude.
とは
Ha! Don't pick on the geezer, come on. He acted like he was mad at me, but his cheeks were faintly flushed. He was about to say something else, but instead, he buried his face in both hands. Then, with a heavy sigh, he rose to his feet.
帰るのか
You leaving? He stopped and turned back, his expression conflicted. Then he left the room without another word. If I had to guess, a lot of different emotions had probably set in. The Taku I knew was an honest guy. Maybe he felt a pang of guilt or regret or something. Or embarrassment. Cigarette between my lips, I walked to the bathroom and stepped into the shower stall. After one last long drag, I dropped the cigarette into the drain, then turned to the shower over my head. What the fuck? Toa! That's not good for the environment, you baka. I quickly rinsed off all the bodily fluids and stopped the water and walked out. A pretty biggish washroom. Then I threw on some random clothes and headed for the sofa without drying my hair.
Oh my god, same. My hair is still wet.
Because of Tono's drug, my body still ached at its core, but it was now at a level that I could ignore. I had no interest in finding a one-night stand tonight. More importantly, it seemed like Tono drugged me as a threat to Taku. I lit another cigarette and took a deep drag, then lay back against the sofa. Something that blatant was bound to find its way back to Sakaki. In fact, I got the sense Tono went after me knowing Sakaki would find out about it. Was it a declaration of war against Sakaki, or was his business with Taku just that urgent? Or was it both? I put my cig between my lips and grabbed my phone off the coffee table. But before I could call Sakaki, it started to buzz. Oh. Believe it or not, Sakaki had chosen to call me at that exact moment. I pulled out my cigarette in the ashtray on the table, then answered the phone.
Hi.
Hello. Hello?
だが、お前につけた監視から連絡があって、遠野がそっちへ行ったって聞いたな。なんかあったのか？
So, I got word from my watchdog that Tono paid you a visit. What happened?
まあ、いろいろと。
A lot, to put it lightly.
そうか。大丈夫なのか？
Yeah? You okay?
なんとか。
Sparely.
ならいいんだ。遠野は何か言ってたか？
Glad to hear it. Did he say anything to you?
詳しいことは聞き出せなかった。けど、タクが遠野と関わってるのは間違いない。
Nothing noteworthy, but I can confirm he and Taku are involved in something together.
だろうな。
Figured as much. I told Sakaki everything I'd overheard between Taku and Tono. One thing I left out was the secret basement at the clinic. Did you talk about the jacking of the off? I didn't blindly trust Sakaki, so I wasn't willing to give him more information than strictly necessary. When I finished, there was a several-second pause.
お前に話すべきか迷ってたんだが、村瀬先生はな、昔から遠野とつながってるんだよ。
I wasn't sure whether to tell you this, but Dr. Murasei had known Tono for quite a long while.
昔から
How long is long?
今回の件も突然脅されたってわけじゃねえ。もともと組が先生にいろいろと助けてもらってて、どうなその窓口やってたんだ。
This recent blackmail didn't just happen out of nowhere. Dr. Murasei has been helping our organization for many years now. And Tono was the go-between for all of it.
身元を隠したい人間の治療や診断書の偽造。
He performed medical services and forged documents for people who wished to remain anonymous.
あとはわざと重症者に仕立て上げたり、高里組に借金がある連中の体に管理用のウェブタグを埋め込んだりな。
Additionally, he falsified critical injuries and embedded web tags into debitors for surveillance purposes.
負債者の体内にウェブタグを埋めて、街から逃げ出さねえように監視塔で追跡や管理をしてるってな、知ってんだろ。
You know how we use these tags to track debitors before surveillance towers to ensure they can't skip town?
ああ
Yeah.
ウェブタグを埋めるのは高里組が信頼してる一部の医者しかやってねえんだ。
We only allow our most trusted doctors to do the implants.
そういう意味でも先生は組の中で重要な位置にいるんだよ。お前、そのことは知ってたのか？
In that sense, Dr. Mersey holds a very esteemed position in our organization. Did you know that?
いや
No.
だろうな。まあ知ってる人間はほんの一部だ。で、当の野郎だが。
Didn't think so. Frankly, only a small number of people know. As for Tono, that bastard.
あいつはおそらく個人的なヤバい仕事も頼んでやがったんだろう。
He was probably using the good doctor to do something shady on the side.
今先生に手伝わせてる仕事もそうだ。薬なんだよ。
And this most recent task is a part of that. It's all drug related.
薬
Drugs?
新しい薬物の開発だ。トノは昔から伝統や古いしきたりを嫌ってたからな。
Specifically, the development of a new one. See, Tono's always resented our rules and traditions.
あいつからしてみれば、親父が死んでそういうもんを気にする必要もなくなった。
From his point of view, now that the boss is dead, he doesn't have to abide by them anymore.
むしろ俺が跡目を継ぐってことで、とっとと新しいビジネスを始めて、こっちを蹴落とそうと躍起になってんだ。
On the contrary, now that I'm taking over, he wants to set up a new business and then kick us to the curb.
だからまあ、村瀬先生がどういうつもりで遠野に協力してるのかはわからねえが、あの二人は昔から関係があるってことだ。
So, yes. Well, I don't know what reason Dr. Mersey has to help Tono. The fact is, they've been acquainted for many years.
遠野はタクに例の件まで時間がないって言ってた。何のことかわかるか？
Tono told Taku that you know what is coming up soon. Any idea what he meant?
例の件？いや、やろう。何か企んでやがるのか。こっちでも調べてみよう。
Something's coming up soon? Sounds like he's plotting something. I'll see what I can dig up.
あ
Cool.
万が一って時のために手も打ってあるからな。トーナの好きなようにはさせねえよ。
I do have a trump card up my sleeve just in case. I won't let Tono get away with this.
何か仕込んでるのか？
You got a plan?
お前に先生を登頂させたのだって仕込みのうちだ。こういうのはな、何重にも策を講じる必要があるんだ。
Yes, and part of it was having you spy on the doctor. Times like these, you gotta have a countermeasure for every possible outcome.
とにかく、先生と今後も一緒にいるべきか、真面目に考えた方がいいぞ。
For now, you should think long and hard about whether you ought to stay at that clinic.
人間、どんな裏があるかなんて、見た目だけじゃわからねえからな。
You can never judge a book by its cover. Sakaki let out a sigh.
もし先生から話 ジに変わるぞ。お前に話があるんだとよ。
If you decide to distance yourself, you can come stay with me. It'll be safer that way. Oh, let me put AG on. He says he wants to talk to you.
もしもし、トアさん
Hello? Tarzan?
After a rustling sound, I heard AG's cheerful voice on the other side of the line.
盗聴器の調子はどうですか
How's it going with the bags?
問題ない。
No issues.
それならよかった。村瀬先生のこと僕は知ってたんで今更って感じなんですけど、トアさんとしてはやっぱりショックですか
Glad to hear it. I already knew about Dr. Mercy, so I'm not really phased. You? What about you? Is it hard to take in?
意外ではあったな。
It was surprising, I'll give you that.
そりゃそうですよね。長いこと一緒にいるんですし。
Right, of course. You've been with him for a long time after all.
本当は安全性を考えるなら、トアさんは榊さんのところにいた方がいいと思うんですけど。
In terms of safety, I think you're better off with Sakaki-san, but...
トアさんよりも村瀬先生が納得しませんよね、きっと。先生も先生なりにトアさんに対する責任感みたいなものもあるでしょうし。
Even if you agree to it, Dr. Mercy sure wouldn't, would he? I imagine he feels he's responsible for looking after you.
だから、この件に関してはトアさん次第ってことになると思います。
Ultimately, I think it'll come down to what you want.
Right as I paused, I heard a knock at the door.
トア、具合はどうだ？
He came back. Toa, how are you feeling?
切るぞ。
Gotta go. I hung up the phone and the next moment, Taku came into the room.
薬の効果は？
Still feeling drugged up? Though he was a little bashful, he was clearly making an effort to act normal. Looked up at him from the sofa.
もう切れた。
No, it wore off.
そうか。だが、念のために安静にしていた方がいい。副作用があるかもわからんからな。
Good, but just in case, I think you should rest for a while. We don't know what kind of side effects there might be. As he spoke, he produced a little white paper bag and a bottle of water.
体外へ毒の排出を促す薬だ。飲んでくれ。
This'll help you get the toxins out of your system. Take it.
ああ。
Sure. After I took the pills from him, he continued to stare at me.
お前、渡しただけじゃそのまま飲まないことがあるだろ。だから、今飲んでほしいんだが。1回2錠だ。
I know you don't always take the things I give you, so I'd like you to go ahead and take it now. It's just 2 pills. Oh my god, he's drugging us! Apparently, he was going to stand there until he saw me take the pills. He had never done this before. A tiny yellow flag was up in my mind. I pulled the silver blister packet out of the paper bag and popped both pills into my mouth. Or more accurately, I pretended to. As I discreetly discarded the pills on the floor, I twisted the cap off the water bottle and took a sip. Once I finished, Taku let out a sigh of relief. He seemed convinced that I had taken the pills. What a sucker! You've been bamboozled.
よし、それじゃあ寝ろ。
Good. Now get some sleep. And yet he still didn't budge. I furrowed my brow at him.
もしかして寝るまでそこにいるつもりか
Are you planning to keep standing there until I fall asleep?
おう。
Yeah.
冗談だろ。ガキじゃあるまいし。
Give me a break. I'm not a little kid.
昔はよく こうやって寝かしつけてたんだぞ。
Oh my god, he groomed Taka. You know, I used to put you to sleep all the time back then.
いつの話だよ。
Back when? So I laid down on the sofa and closed my eye. Instead of bickering with him, it'd be easier to just pretend to sleep. After I closed my eye, Taku continued to stand there, unmoving. At first it irritated me and I wished he would get out, but over time it started to feel strangely familiar. A long time ago, someone used to watch over me like this while I slept. Was it Taku? I couldn't recall. It felt oddly reassuring to have someone there. Why did I feel that way? It puzzled me. As I lay there like a possum, I sensed Taku's movements. Get the fuck out. Then, once I heard the door shut, I opened my eye. He was gone. I sat up, grabbed my phone off the coffee table, and opened the tracker app. I figured I'd double check if Taku's location, just to be sure. The icon marking him was flashing over at the clinic building. Phone in hand, I rose to my feet and headed for the door. Instead of the elevator, I took the stairs down to the first floor. I walked down the hall to the storage room and grabbed the handle. It opened. Quietly, I slipped into the dark room and walked to the far door. Last time it had been left ajar, but today it was closed. Experimentally, I reached out and twisted the knob. Locked. So I squatted down and pulled my lockpick wire from my pants pocket and inserted it into the keyhole. How are you gonna lock it, bro? What the fuck? Working from feel alone, I jiggled the pins until I felt the tension diminish, then pulled my tools back out. Then I tried the handle again, and sure enough, it opened. Carefully, I opened the door and headed down the stairs. At the bottom was another door, but this one wasn't locked at all. Beyond it was what looked like an operating room. Wow. This is probably where illegal surgeries are done. A figure stood at the operating table in the center of the room. He sensed me and turned. What? Choa? What the fuck? Taku's eyes widened at the unexpected visitor. I stood in the doorway, staring blankly back at him.
この部屋は
What's this room for? Flustered, he averted his gaze.
Tell us.
答えろよ。遠野と何かやってるんだろ。
Answer me, what are you and Toto up to? As I spoke, I swiftly glanced around the area. Trucks! Wow! On the operating table was a clear plastic bag full of pills. This is so photo-bashed, it's kind of funny.
公にできない治療や診察を頼まれた時にだけこの地下室を使ってる。
I use the basement whenever I'm tasked with treatments or procedures I can't do publicly. Defeated, he looked at me with anguish in his eyes.
それよりどうしてここが分かったんだ？
What I want to know is, how did you find out about it?
どうしてだと思う？
How do you think?
盗聴器を仕掛けた。
I planted a bug on you.
なんだって？
You... what? He furrowed his brow at me in horror.
遠野との会話も聞かせてもらった。
And I overheard you talking with Tono.
榊さんか。
Must be Sakaki-san. He muttered to himself in understanding.
昨日、地下室に誰かが入った形跡があった。それもお前か。
Yesterday I noticed signs of breaking down here. Was that you too?
違う。中には入ってない。
No, I haven't been here until now. He squinted at me suspiciously.
本当か。
Is that the truth?
ああ。
Yeah.
そうか。
Alright. He didn't look convinced, but he dropped the accusation with a sigh.
そこまで知ってるなら、自分がどれだけ危険な状況に置かれてるかも、よく分かっただろう。
Given how much you seem to know, you've probably figured out what kind of danger you're in.
ああ。お前から離れた方がいいって言われたよ。
Yeah, they said I should distance myself from you.
どこにいたって、お前の身が危ないことには変わりがない。
You'll still be in date. Oh,
外に出るなと言ってる。
my apologies. You'll still be in danger no matter where you are. That's why I told you not to go outside. The emotion faded from his face. Oh, he's angry! No! Angry. For a moment, Taku's smoke shifted, tinged red and thrash, but it quickly went back to normal. It was the first time I'd ever seen him like this. I like the kind of halo or the rainbow here. Normally he was warm and cordial to everyone around him. The man who stood before me was now cold and emotionless. His icy gaze pierced me.
公にできない治療や診察をしてるって話も聞いた。それから、遠野に頼まれた新しい薬の開発のことも。
They told me about all your illegal medical procedures, and that Toa is helping you develop a new drug. His eyes hardened further.
口では散々きれい事を並べておきながら、裏で随分なことをやってるんだろう。俺が遠野に薬を盛られたのも、そのとばっちりだ。
After all that goody-goody shit you would always say to me, turns out you're a criminal behind closed doors. Tono drugged me as a way to get to you.
榊が言ってた通りかもな。お前のそばにいた方が危ないって。
You know, I think Sakaki might be right. It'll be safer to stay away from you.
確かに。
Can't argue with that. He averted his eyes as he muttered.
そう取られても仕方がないとは思う。だが、俺はずっとお前を見てきた。
I can't blame you for seeing it that way, but I've always looked out for you.
お前が子供だった頃からずっと、病気や怪我の治療も、健康管理もしてきたんだ。
Ever since you were a kid, I've treated your illnesses and injuries and made sure you were healthy.
だから、お前を危険な目に遭わせたくないという気持ちは本当だ。それは、榊さんも同じ気持ちのはずなんだ。
So, believe me when I say I don't want you to get hurt. And I'm sure Sakaki feels the same way.
Sakaki's... Don't bring him into this. What the fuck?
あの人は、お前を自分の息子のように気にかけてるだろう。
You're like a son to him, you know.
He's not my dad! What the fuck?
つまり、遠野からしてみれば、お前は格好の標的ってことだ。最悪、脅しの手段としてお前を殺そうとする可能性も十分に考えられる。
Which makes you a prime target in Tono's eyes. Worst case scenario, he could try to kill you as part of a threat.
それだけは絶対に許さない。
And that's one thing I cannot hide. Oh no, Daddy's angry. Oh no. He's going feral. Give me 1 second. His voice was quiet, but the more he spoke, the more feverish his gaze became. His smoke turned bright scarlet, almost like it had been painted over.
お前が誰かに殺されるなんて、いなくなるなんて、絶対に許さない。
I'll never let anyone kill you. You're not going anywhere. Oh, he's going feral mode, daddy mode. I felt like he was talking more to himself than me. He walked up to me, his expression perfectly blank, and grabbed me by the shoulders. Oh. His fingers dug into my arms.
許さない。お前が俺の元からいなくなるなんて、絶対に。
I won't let them take you away from me. Never. His eyes were unfocused. He wasn't really looking at me. His empty gaze sent a chill down my spine.
Taku.
When I called his name, his eyes widened like he had woken from a dream. Got my dog all worked out, up over the snappers. There's no one there! Sosha! Sosha!
My snack. Snack. Peanut butter. Mmm. Yum, yum, yum. Fine. I'll eat it.
He backed away from me, one hand pressed to his mouth. Stammering, Taku looked at me hesitantly. No trace of that empty gaze remained.
襲おうとでも思ったか?
Were you gonna rape me? Instantly his brow furrowed in anguish.
襲う? そんなバカな。違う、俺は。
Rape you? Don't be ridiculous. No,
違う、すまなかった。本当に。そんなつもりじゃなかったんだ。ただ、お前が心配だということをどうしても伝えたくて。
Oh, I'm really sorry. That wasn't my intention at all. I just need you to understand how worried I am about you. Honestly, I turned on my heel and hurried to the door.
Wait, Toa!
Wait, Toa! I ran out of the basement and up the stairs. Meanwhile, my mind replayed everything that had just happened. Taku was like a completely different person back there. His dead-eyed stare gave me goosebumps. What was he planning to do to me if I hadn't spoken up? Never before had I seen him look like that. kind of scary, yeah. Whoa, 3D! Wow! Whoa! Holy camole. Let's see if it loops. Probably does. I left the clinic and ran down the dark street, but my mind was composed and rational. I had run out of the building on purpose to fluster him. My intention? To see if I could draw out the other side of him again. To tell the truth, I was curious about this other side of him. I ran for a while, then ducked into a random alley and came to a stop. Listening intently, I scanned the sounds of my surrounding. No sign of anyone chasing me. Once I caught my breath, I leaned against the alley wall. I wasn't wearing my coat, so the chill quickly permeated the fabric of my shirt. It felt nice against my flesh skin. I leaned my head back and looked up at the sky. Then I remembered Taku's empty gaze, and the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. I found myself craving nicotine. All this time. Wonder what that means. A short while later, I heard the sound of speedy footsteps approaching. They were coming from the other end of the alley. I straightened up and looked in the direction of the sound. I thought maybe Taku had come after me, but it didn't sound like him. Evidently, a lone figure appeared on the other end of the alley, his labored breaths echoing off the narrow walls. When he spied me, he froze. It was too dark to make out any identifying figures.
父さん。
Oh. I don't know if I read this. I heard a familiar voice and squinted at him.
五十嵐
What?
そうっす。
Yeah, it's me. The figure scrambled over to me.
父さん、会えてよかった。
I was saying, I'm so glad to see you. Yurashi beamed brightly, though his countenance was looking haggard.
俺相談したいことがあって、それで父さんに直接会おうと思ってたんす。
Actually, I was on my way to see you. Yeah, I was hoping to get your advice about something. He pulled a plastic bag from his coat pocket. Inside, I could see a ton of pills, probably about 100, maybe more.
これ。
It's about these. He paused and stared at the ground.
村瀬先生のところから持ってきたんす。
I found them at Dr. Morrissey's place.
クリニックからか
Wait, at the clinic?
はい。この薬、遠野さんが先生に作らせてるやつなんす。
Yeah, these pills, Tuna Sands been having him make them.
I shifted my gaze from the pills to Igarashi.
遠野がタクに薬を作らせてること知ってるのか
You know about that? Nodding, he stowed the bag back in his pocket.
榊さんから聞いてます。っていうか、榊さんの隠れ家が遠野さんにバレたみたいで、いよいよやばくて。
I heard about it from Sakaki-san. Not only that, but apparently Tono-san found Sakaki-san's secret hideout, so things are getting real dicey.
持ってきたってどういうことだ
So what do you mean you found them? I cut in, bringing him back on topic. His face crumpled like he was about to cry.
実は俺1週間くらい前なんすけど、榊さんからクリニックの地下に忍び込めって言われて。
Well, the truth is, about a week ago now, Sakaki-san ordered me to break into the clinic basement.
忍び込む
Did? He did?
はい、もし薬があったら取ってこいってそう言われてたんす。
Yeah, he said he wanted me to retrieve any drugs I found there.
だから俺ずっと先生のことを張ってて、外出した時を狙って忍び込めないか様子を伺ってたんす。
Oh, I kept tabs on the doctor for a while, and while he left the building, I sniffed around to see if I could get in.
それで昨日とうとう。
And then, yesterday, I finally did.
He squeezed his eyes shut. He must have picked the locks to get in, same as me. Any Takusato grunt would know how. That aside, the timing lined up with when I planted bugs on Taku and discovered the basement for myself. Furthermore, Taku reported to Tono that there were signs of a break-in. At the time, he said nothing had been taken, but apparently that was a lie. Good thing too, since if he admitted someone had stolen the drugs, there was no telling what Tono would do.
榊さんが言ってたんすけど、近々遠野さんが何か企んでるみたいなんす。内容はわからないけど、やばいって。
Sakaki-san told me Tono-san's been plotting something. We don't know what, but we know it's really bad.
父さん、俺怖いんす。
Toa-san, I'm scared.
He bit his lip in anguish.
榊さんに言われたから仕方なくやりましたけど、俺のせいでもし先生に何かあったらって、そう思ったら怖くて。
I was just following orders, but I'm so scared that something bad will happen to the doctor because of me.
誰かに話したからって許されるわけじゃないんすけど、父さんに話したいってそう思って。
I know admitting it doesn't magically solve anything, but I really needed to tell you.
Just then, I sensed someone's presence. I raised a hand to stop him from saying another word. Right now, I was being surveilled by Tono's men. It wasn't safe for me to remain in one location for too long.
移動するぞ
Let's take this somewhere else.
どこへ行くんすか？
Like where?
俺も遠野に監視されてるデスマッチエリアの方が見つかりにくい
Tono's got eyes on me too. Will be harder to find in the deathmatch area.
なるほど。確かにそうっすね。行きましょう。
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's go.
I glanced around, then headed deeper into the alley. With Igarashi in tow, I approached the deathmatch area. On our way, we noticed black Yakuza cars and groups of men clearly searching for someone. We gave them a wide berth until we finally made it inside the deathmatch area.
なんとかなりましたね。
Barely made it, huh?
Oh, I like the green and blue lighting. Igarashi was out of breath from speedwalking to match my pace. Why is he? Is he a short king? Oh.
ああ
Yeah. I was still on guard, however.
いたぞ
There he is.
き
A group of men all dashed at us out of nowhere. Whoa. Wow.
Bro,
Again? 2 times in a night? Then a familiar black car pulled up, brakes screeching right next to us.
まったく懲りないな、お前も。
You really haven't learned your lesson, have you? Dono hopped out from the front passenger seat and looked at me in contempt. Then his gaze shifted to Igarashi.
お前も一緒か、五十嵐。
And you're with him, Igarashi. Igarashi flinched, eyes as wide as saucers. I scrutinized Tono's expression. He seemed surprised to see me and Igarashi together, but I didn't detect any panic. Maybe he wasn't aware that the pills had been stolen. I didn't notice any dramatic changes in his smoke either.
二人ともこっちへ。
Both of you, come here.
No! No!
Just then another car came speeding down the street and braking hard right next to us. The driver door opened and Sakaki stepped out.
Sakaki-san.
Papa! Igarashi murmured, terrified. Sakaki faced off of Tono, a hard look on his face. Get him, Dad! My real dad. It's a nice leather jacket. Then a white van pulled up and a bunch of goons, probably Sakaki's men, filed out. Tono watched this all unfold with eyebrows raised in amusement. Damn, this is crazy!
おいおい、まさか次期組長さんまで乗り込んでくるとはな。
Well, well, I certainly wasn't expecting the new leader himself to make an appearance. Sakaki laughed and a provocative sneer rose up on his face.
そっちこそ相当永遠に入れ上げてるようだな。一日でわざわざ2回も会いに来るなんてな。
Likewise, Likewise, you seem to be trying awfully hard to get Towa's attention. 2 visits in a single day? They glared at each other in silence for a moment. I'll let the sexual tension rise up for a bit. Yep.
Yare yare, 穏やかじゃないな。落ち着けよ。さっきだってるバカたちにもそう言ってくれないか。
Oh shit. Just realized. Good grief, you're so touchy. Relax, would you? And you could call off those bloodthirsty mongrels behind you.
問題は早期解決が第一だ。だろ？裏切り者が出るなら、なおさらな。
The best response to a problem is a swift resolution, don't you think? Especially if there's a traitor in our midst.
はあ、それは初耳だ。大いに問題だな。だが、どうやら俺たちが疑われているようじゃないか。なあ。
Oh, now that's news to me. Sounds like a serious problem then. It sounds a bit like you're accusing us, doesn't it?
ああ、俺も残念だよ。共に高里組を支えていく仲間だと思ってたんだがな。欲深い野郎がいたようだ。
I must say, I'm disappointed. Here I thought we were all a team, supporting the Takasato Gumi together. But alas, some of us are getting greedy.
そんなことも見抜けない組長じゃ誰もついていかないんじゃないか。新小海はお前には支えられない。
I can't imagine many would side with a leader who's too blind to see what's right in front of his face. You're not fit to run Shinkomi.
また戦争でも追っ始めようってのか。
You wanna kick off another war?
それも楽しそうだな。
That does sound fun. Tono reached into his jacket pocket. Likewise, Sakaki put a hand to his own pocket. The cronies surrounded them in a big tense circle. With my eye fixed on the scene in front of us, I leaned close to Igarashi.
俺が動いた。すぐに榊のところへ行け。
When I move, I want you to run to Sakaki's side.
え、トワさんは
What about you? But I didn't answer. Instead, I turned and bolted in the opposite direction. Instantly, the tension exploded and shouts and gunfire in all directions.
おい待て。
Hey, wait!
トワ。
While the subordinates all fought amongst each other, Sakaki and Tono chased after me.
No! Leave me alone.
I barreled down a narrow alley. I could hear sharp gunshots in the distance. Were they from Sakaki and Tono, or their goons?
止まれ。
Stop!
トワ。
What? Taku! Reflectively, I whipped my head around at the unexpected voice. Then a gunfire nearby. A hard impact struck me from behind and I crumpled face down on the ground. Oh, fuck! Oh, he shot him! What the fuck? Sparks popped in my vision as my jaw hit the hard asphalt. Someone had pushed me aside. Oh, he was shot. Fuck. It was the owner of the unexpected voice, Taku.
Taku.
What was he doing here? Had he chased me all the way from the clinic? I was pretty sure he hadn't followed me. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see him grimacing in pain. If the gunshot didn't hit me, then... I sat up and looked at him. Oh, it's okay. It's just the shoulder. It's fine. Just muscle. It's fine. There was a dark stain on the left side of his chest, and I could see scarlet fluid faintly trickling out. Blood.
Oh my.
No.
手間かけさせやがって。
I always have to save your damn bacon, don't I, kid? I could hear the click of Tono's shoes on the pavement. No sign of Sakaki. The gun in his right hand was still smoking. Scowling, he came to a stop in front of us. Wah!
お前がおとなしくしないから、村瀬も榊もいらん怪我をする羽目になったんだ。
So, your misbehavior has now resulted in unnecessary injuries for both Murasei and Sakaki. AKA, Toa, you've been a bad kitty, naughty naughty.
榊は仕留め損なったが、また別の機会にやればいい。今はお前たちの方が先だ。
Bit of a feisty kitty. Unfortunately, Sakaki survived, but I'm sure I'll get another chance to take him down. Right now, my priority is you two.
Towa, 逃げろ。お前だけでも。
So, forget about me. Just get out of here. Taku grunted in pain. With a chuckle, Tono stomped on his chest wound. Oh, that was mean. What a bully. He was so naughty.
残念ながらお前ととは セットでお持ち帰りだ。
Sad to say, the two of you are a package deal. Grinning, he raised his gun at my head. Oh no!
うちの連中がもうすぐ来る。それまで妙な真似はするなよ。
My pet men will be here any minute. Sit tight and don't try anything. I sat on my knees next to Taku and silently stared back at him. As Tono and I quietly glared at each other, an explosion of footsteps rang out. Probably his goons. I looked over at Taku. He was sweating bullets as he gazed at me with agony in his eyes. Yeah, getting shot doesn't sound that fun. My dad got shot once. It's not poggers. I'm sorry. With that, he closed his eyes.
Doctor! We need a doctor!
For a moment, all the hair on my body stood on end. My mind went blank and I failed to process what I was seeing. He died? With that thought, I reached out and pressed my fingers to his throat. I could feel his pulse throbbing away. He was alive.
死んだか？まだ生きてるだろう。
He's not dead, is he? I'm sure he's still alive. I fixed Tono with an icy stare as he smiled thinly.
お前、本当に反応が薄い。人の血が通ってないんじゃないのか。
You sure don't emote much, do you? Are you sure you're actually human? He sneered down his nose at me. Then finally I heard the sound of a car engine approaching. Shit. Taku and I were shoved into the back of the car. They drove us to District B and parked at a hotel owned by Tono himself. When we got out of the car, his subordinates flanked us tightly on both sides, escorting us in. With Tono leading the way, we all boarded the elevator. Then one of the lackeys slid a card into the small panel below the floor buttons. The elevator started to rise on its own, going past the top floor, 15, and stopping at the 18th floor. The elevator doors opened, and we all filed out. A hallway stretched out in front of us, with doors on either side and a floor lighting spaced intermittently along the way. I looked up at the ceiling and spotted a round device affixed in the corner of the ceiling, probably a surveillance camera. He led us down the hallway until he stopped short one of the doors. One of his henchmen produced a keycard and opened the door. Whoa! Nice room. Tono walked. Oh shit.
ここは俺が運営している会員制の複合型カジノ施設だ。16階から18階まではプライベートエリアになっていて、一般人は入れない。
Tono walked in, then looked over his shoulder at us. Murasei already knows this since he's been here a few times, but this is my all-inclusive members-only casino resort. Floors 16 through 18 are for private use only. No general admission.
薬が完成するまでの間、お前たちはここに滞在してもらう。この部屋と隣の部屋を使え。
The two of you will be staying here until the drug is ready. You can use this room and the one next to it.
村瀬が仕事をするための部屋は別に用意してあるから、後で案内させる。
I've arranged a specific room, or I've arranged a separate room for Murasei to do his work. You'll see it later.
プライベートエリアを歩き回るのは構わんが、必ず見張りをつける。建物の外には出るな。おい、やれ。
I don't care if you wander around the private floors, but you will be supervised at all times. Don't leave the building. Alright, do it. Once Tono gave the go-ahead, his subordinates started feeling me up. He emptied my pockets, including my phone and the earpieces. Then they stripped off Taku's jacket and confiscated all of his stuff too. He was barely conscious, so he didn't protest. What about the gunshot? So you're coming with me. Okay. Tono beckoned for me with one finger and then opened the door. I walked over to him, but as I left the room, I glanced back at Taku. He still showed no signs of stirring. Don't worry, we'll have Murasei patched up. Right now, I had no choice but to obey. I turned and left the room. Tono walked down the hallway, then stopped at a different room and opened the door with a keycard. The interior reeked of perfume. 5 or 6 women lounged on the bed and sofa dressed in fancy clothes. Hey ladies! Woo! When they spotted Tono, they all donned psychopanatic smiles and straightened up. What the fuck does that mean? Psychopanatic. Never heard that before. Behaving or done in an obsequious way in order to gain advantage. So like fawning to get what you want, I suppose. Wow. Is that a jumper?
Oh, Tono-san, welcome back. Welcome back.
They all slurred sweetly, greeting him. But more ladies.
ここにいるのは乗客やゲストをもてなすために控えている特別な女たちだ。
These are my special ladies, reserved for entertaining important clients and guests.
そこらのキャバクラとはレベルが違うルックスの女しかいない。
All of them have looks far beyond your average nightclub hostesses.
Yeah, they're kind of hot. Oh, wowza.
Upon further inspection, I noticed they were all tall and slender. Oh, he is a type. But I wasn't interested in women, or more accurately, I didn't feel comfortable around them. Oh. I'm not gay, women make me uncomfortable. Psh. In the past, girls would hit on me, and I was receptive to it, but dating them was too much work, and I didn't enjoy myself. Oh, so he's bi, but women are too much of a hassle? I wasn't sure when the discomfort first started, probably childhood, if I had to guess. These days, I try to avoid them where possible. So, if you want to impress me, it wasn't working. Did he really bring me here to just show me his collection of his women? I think he probably knows that Toa's gay, or sleeps with a lot of men at least. Well, he's not gay. He's, like, he just prefers men, I would say. Mildly puzzled, I looked around the room. Just then I realized one of the escorts wasn't looking at us. She was sitting on the edge of the bed with her back turned. She seemed to despise being with these women, or rather, being here at all, with every fiber of her being. Then she looked over her shoulder and made eye contact with me. With her shoulder-length hair, she looked like an ordinary, quiet woman now. She quickly averted her eyes, but it was too late. Something about her had given me pause. I didn't notice any changes in her smoke.
気になるか
Interested. Tono noticed me looking at her and smirked.
あの女は上玉なんだがな。態度が堅くななんだ。まあ、ああいう手合いは珍しくもない。
That one's a real gem. Although she's as stubborn as a mule. But I know how to handle her type.
仕事さえこなせば何の問題もないということで好きにさせている。
As long as she does her job, I have no issues with her, so I let her do as she likes.
それより俺をここに連れてきた理由は
Oh, it's probably this lady. Then this is the blue one. His smirk deepened.
お前は村瀬と榊、両方の人質だ。特に村瀬には仕事を完遂してもらわなきゃならないからな。
You're my hostage, both for Merce and for Sakaki. Mostly Merce, since I need him to finish his task.
だが、せっかくここまで来てもらったんだ。遊びを提供しようと思ったんだよ。
But while I have you here, I thought I'd let you have some fun. Fun? I looked back at him dubiously. He chuckled.
村瀬が見たら、心臓が止まっちまうかもしれないな。
If Merce saw this, why, his little heart might stop. Oh. Like, you know that one meme with like the rainbow flag and then a question mark? That's this right now. But he ignored my confusion and clapped his hands.
さあ、それじゃあオーダーといこうか。最高の料理に仕上げてくれ。
Ladies, I have an order for you. Make me a delectable snack. On cue, the women all gathered around me. Bewildered, I turned and glared at Tono reproachfully.
お前に与えられた仕事だとでも思っておけばいい。
Just think of it as your new job. Oh, he's gonna cross-dress. The woman gently grabbed me by both arms. Is this what I think it is? I hope the hell I was wrong. In the end, I let them drag me off to the other side of the room. Whoa! I assumed they would take me to the bed, but instead they went to the bathroom. Huge. That's huge. The room was blindingly bright, and the light glinted off the white marble floor and directly into my eye. Against the far wall, I could see a glass shower stall and a big round jacuzzi bathtub. Near the door was a countertop with 2 sinks. Examining the women here in the light, I noticed that in spite of their supposed good looks, they were all gaunt with patchy skin. Oh. I had suspected that maybe they were drug addicts based on their slurred speech earlier, but now I was sure of it.
それじゃあ、服を脱いでくれる?
For starters, can you take off your clothes?
Yeah. A woman with wavy, bleached hair stood me in front of the sinks. I still didn't understand what was going on, but nevertheless, I slowly started to strip. Then another woman walked over. She was carrying a dress in her hands. It was visibly well-tailored and made of glossy, flowery fabric. Once I was reduced to my underwear, the wavy-haired woman took the dress and held it out to me.
はい、これ着て。
Here, put this on.
They don't sound like they're slurred.
着る
Put it on? I repeated blankly. The item in question was clearly a woman's clothing.
大柄な子でも入るサイズだから大丈夫。あなた、細いし。
It's okay. It's big enough for a man. And you're pretty skinny anyway.
いや
What?
遠野さんのオーダーよ。 あなたを女性に見えるように仕上げてくれって言われてるの。
Tono-san's orders. We were told to make you pass as a woman.
I stared back agog. Was this my new job? Not cool, man.
それを着たらメイクとヘアセットもするから。
Once you put it on, we'll do your hair and makeup.
This wasn't especially encouraging, so I stood there blankly. Then she shoved the dress at me urgently.
はい、着て。
Go on, put it on.
She pulled her hand away and I reflectively snatched the dress before I could fall. Resistance was starting to feel pointless, so I decided to cooperate. That said, I didn't know the first thing about wearing a dress. As I stared down at the delicate fabric, the other women sensed my confusion and came over to help. Somehow they managed to squeeze me into it. Honestly, I had no idea how women could tolerate wearing this crap on a daily basis. It was tight, restricting, and extremely uncomfortable.
OK、次はメイクね。
Okie dokie, now for your makeup.
Without a single moment to catch my breath, they sat me down in front of the sinks. The wavy-haired woman pinned my bangs up and started applying various liquids and powders to my face. My skin took on a glossy sheen, like the dress, and I had to fight the urge to scrub it off. Yeah, I'm like that. I hate face makeup. I've only had it like maybe once. And because there was a mirror right in front of me, I was forced to watch myself transform. It felt like I was being physically altered into a different life form, and I hated every minute.
傷跡を隠せば結構いい感じじゃない？アイシャドウはこの色が合いそう。
With the scars concealed, he starts looking pretty good, don't you think? Now, what eyeshadow? I think this color would look good.
The girls gleefully gabbed amongst themselves, paying no mind to how I felt.
ねえ、あなた、遠野さんに気に入られてるの？
So tell us, are you Tono-san's special someone?
さっき聞いただろ、人質って。
Didn't you hear? I'm a hostage.
でも、遠野さんが男に女装させたがるなんて、今まで聞いたことないわよ。大抵は監禁して拷問とか、そういう感じだし。
Well, this is the first time he's ever wanted someone to cross-dress. Normally it's just imprisonment and torture and all that.
あんたたちは、遠野が怖くないのか？
You people aren't afraid of him?
怖いって言えば怖いけど、逆らわなければ優しいし、たまに欲しいものを買ってくれることもあるし、別に嫌いじゃないわよ。ねえ。
Sure we are, but he's nice to us as long as we do what we're told, and sometimes he'll buy us stuff. Hard to hate him, am I right?
The other women all readily agreed.
もしかしたらあなた、パーティーに出るの？
Wait, are you going to the party?
パーティー？
Oh, what party?
そう、もう、
Oh, shit.
でも、よく考えたら、そんな大事な場所に女装した男の人を連れて行くなんてこと、さすがにないわよね。
We heard there's gonna be a party with all the politicians and bureaucrats from the mainland. But now that I think about it, there's no way he'll take a guy in drag to that kind of major event, huh?
They giggled. A party of mainland politicians and bureaucrats. Igarashi and Sakaki both claimed Tono was plotting something. Was he trying to have the drug ready in time for this party? Was that why he brought Taku here? The mainland police were always eagerly watching for the opportunity to take Shinkomi away from the Takusatogumi. If they knew the organization was planning to distribute a new drug, they would pounce ASAP. So Tono probably figured he could keep the cops in check if he announced it as a business strategy and offered to share the profits. The goal of the party was probably to lay the groundwork for investor relations. Tono was rushing Taku to finish the job because of this hard deadline. If successful, Tono would gain massive support both internally and externally, giving him an optimal chance to upstage Sakaki.
そのパーティーっていつかわかるか？
Do you know when it's happening?
ここのカゴって言ってたわよ。私たちも借り出されるの。
In 9 days, he said. We've been invited to attend.
そうか。
Gotcha. As I spoke, I looked back at my reflection in the mirror. With skin like mottled clay, I could no longer tell the difference between myself and the women around me. After my makeup was done, they put a wig on me and started styling my hair, all while having the time of their lives. Then I stepped into a pair of stiletto heels, and apparently my makeover was complete. I was taken back to the living room. The perfume-like smell embedded in the makeup was making me sick. Both the dress and the heels were hard to move around in. If I fell, I probably wasn't getting back up. As I staggered across the room, I noticed Tono standing there. Apparently he was waiting for his finished product. I expected him to start making fun of me, but instead he looked at me with a satisfied grin.
思った以上の出来だな。なかなか似合ってるじゃないか。どうだ？女になった気分は。
You turned out even better than I thought. You look great. How does it feel to be a woman? Wow!
別にどうもしない。
It's whatever. I don't care. Wow. Slay. Toa in drag. I actually saw this before, boy. Wow! He snorted at my apathetic response, then looked at the woman. Yeah, keep going. I want to see everything. Because it was like too fast at first. Show me everything. We are Tono's gaze right now. Oh, wow. Kind of flashy. Ladies, you can expect a reward later on. My tormentors all squealed in delight. Come, Toa, we're gonna show you off to Murase. Oh my god. Like a gentleman, he elegantly proffered a hand. I ignored it.
あんた、こういう趣味があるのか?
Is this what you're into? I was half teasing, half serious. He retraced his hand and shrugged.
いや、俺の興味の対象は女だ。が、まあ、お前に関しては例外と言っていいかもしれんな。
Oh. No, I'm only interested in females. But, perhaps I can consider you an exception.
俺なら抱けるって。
So do you fuck me?
今のお前ならな。
In that getup? Sure. He responded to my challenge with a twisted sneer.
そういう仕事だと思って、お前も割り切って楽しめよ。行くぞ。
Tell yourself it's just a job and have some fun with it. Now, let's go. He headed for the door. As for me, my legs were shaky and I could barely walk. These heels weren't easy to adapt to. As I floundered, Tono clucked his tongue and came back over. Then he slid an arm around my waist and pulled me close.
Yeah.
You're so bony. He muttered flatly under his breath and started walking. I leaned against him, struggling to stay upright in these heels. After we left the woman's room, we returned to the previous room. As Tono opened the door, Taku looked up from the bed. He was not fully conscious, and Tono's men had patched him up.
村瀬、お前にいいものを見せてやる。
Murose, I have something fun I wanted to show you. Tono spoke in an uncharacteristically cheery voice as he walked in, yanking me close to him. I stumbled out in front of Taku. He stared back at me in shock, his brow furrowed in confusion. Maya! Quietly, he murmured a name I didn't recognize. Then Tono grabbed me by the jaw and pulled me close. What the?
驚いて声も出ないか？本当にマヤに瓜二つだよな。
Breathtaking, isn't it? He really is a dead ringer for Maya.
俺もちょっとした冗談のつもりでやってみたんだが、血のつながりってのはバカにできないもんだと思ったよ。
I only did it as a joke, but as it turns out, the power of genetics is not to be underestimated. Taku's expression shifted from shock to fury, and he glared at Tono. Tono, you sick!
Maya って誰だ?
Who's Maya? When I cut in, Tono released my jaw and smirked.
なんだ、覚えてないのか？お前の母親の名前だよ。
Why, you don't remember? That's your mother's name. Taku sucked in a breath.
母親?
My mother?
村瀬はな、お前の母親に惚れてたんだ。
Murase was in love with her, you know. This is getting kinda weird. Stop!
つまりお前はこれまでずっと母親の身代わりをさせられてたってことだよ。あいつはお前に母親の面影を重ねてるんだ。
All this time, he's been using you as a replacement goldfish for your mother. He sees her in you. That's not true! Tono watched in amusement as Taku sputtered. Maya. I couldn't remember much about my mother. Even when I tried, I could only recall a vague silhouette at best. Was that why Taku always got so overprotective of me? Surrogate goldfish. This is getting kind of weird. It's getting kind of weird. If so, then I wasn't bothered by it. It didn't really matter to me.
村瀬はこう見えて結構厄介な男なんだよ。なあ、とは。お前はどう思う?
He says far more pathetic than he lets on. What do you think, Toa?
別に。
I don't care. Tono grabbed me by the jaw again.
俺は男には興味がないんだが、ここまでべっぴんに仕上がるとは正直思ってなくてな。さすがに欲しいと思っても仕方がないよな。
I have no interest in men, but then again, I wasn't expecting you to turn out so sexy. Anyone would want you. He donned a creepy grin, probably trying to provoke Taku.
むしろ男をこいつで試してみるって手もある。もしいい具合だったら愛人にしてもいい。
I could always experiment with you, I suppose. If all goes well, I might make you my lover. He stroked my cheek seductively, tracing his thumb over my lower lip.
Tono!
Or as he leaned in close, Taku screamed at his name.
手を出されたくなければ、早く仕事を片付けろよ。
If you don't want me to lay a finger on him, then hurry up and finish your task. Wow. He spoke flatly, then turned for a door, dragging me along with him. All I could do was just stagger in the same direction. I looked over my shoulder at Taku and found him glaring down at his tightly balled fists. His swank smoke had turned dark red. For some reason, the salt made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. Tono yanked me towards him, so I was forced to turn and leave Taku behind. Wait, what? Okay. Ooh. After that, Tono took me back to his room, but all he ever asked me to do was serve his booze to him. He reclined on the leather sofa and drank in silence without looking at me. Then, about an hour later, he summoned one of his goons and ordered him to escort me back to my room. Despite everything he'd said in front of Taku, he didn't actually seem to have any interest in the guys. As soon as I left Tono's room, I stepped out of the silhouettes and walked the rest of the way barefoot. Finally, the biggest thorn in my side was gone. My assigned room was right next to the room where Taku and I were first taken. There was a man in a suit standing out in front. Probably on guard duty. Was Taku still in the room next door? We paused in front of the door while the subordinate used a keycard to open it. Inside, it was pitch black. By inserting the keycard into the card reader on the wall, the light switched on. Now I could see that the layout was the same as the room next door. With his job now done, my escort left the room without another word. Alone, I looked up at the four corners of the ceiling, then walked along the walls. At a glance, I couldn't find any spy cameras or listening devices. There was a phone on the bedside table, but it was almost certainly tapped. Better not use it. After I gave the room a once-over, I let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, I was exhausted. Apparently, I was a lot more tense than I realized. As my gaze wandered, I spotted an unfamiliar figure reflected in the mirror on the wall. Obviously, it was me. I looked so ridiculous, I couldn't stand it a single moment longer. In the bathroom, I stripped off the tight dress and wig, then washed my face with soap and water, over and over until the makeup came off. I roughly rubbed a towel over my face, then stepped out of the bathroom in my underwear, and sat down on the edge of the bed. I was craving nicotine, but couldn't find any cigarettes lying around. The pack I had on me was confiscated back when I first arrived, as was my phone. Oh, come on. Clucking my tongue in frustration, I got up and walked to the closet to look for new digs. On the shelf, I could see a few stacks of folded clothes. I threw on some stuff at random, then pulled the keycard out of the card reader and left the room. Where are you going? The guard outside accosted me immediately.
タバコ持ってない。
God, he smokes.
部屋へ戻れ。
Go back to your room. He blocked my path and refused to play along with my banter.
タバコがないとイライラするんだよ。あんたは喫煙者？もしそうならわかるだろ？
I get irritable without my nicotine, alright. Are you a smoker? Then you gotta know what it's like. I carefully observed him as I spoke. He looked at me but didn't quirk a brow. He struck me an uptight, no-nonsense type.
なあ。
Hey. I smiled and looked up at him.
あんたたち、遠野の言うことにきっちり従って、いつも気張ってるんだろ？疲れないの？
Don't you ever get tired of having to be vigilant 24/7 while you follow Tono's orders?
お前には関係ないだろう。
None of your business.
でもほら、たまには息抜きしたいと思うことだってあるよな。
I'm just saying, don't you ever wish you could take it easy for a change? The guard pursed his lips. In the back of my mind, I wished I'd waited a little longer to defeminize myself.
俺、遠野に気に入られてるんだけど、理由聞いてる？
They call me Tono's little pet. Do you know why? I paused suggestively, then leaned in close. And I gazed deeply into the man's eyes.
知らない？知りたくない？理由。
Wanna know? Yes? No? I whispered softly. Yeah, this dude's probably straight. He recoiled, his expression one of mingled surprise and hesitation. Oh! No sign of disgust. I smirked internally. If he didn't reject me, then I could twist him around my little finger. I stepped forward to bridge the gulf between us, then wrapped my arms around his neck.
何をしてる？離れろ。
What are you doing? Let go!
遠野は俺の体にはまってるんだよ。意味、わかるよな。
Tono's addicted to my body, if you know what I mean. The words left my lips in a breathy whisper directly into his ear.
お前。
Stop!
ずっと部屋にいるの退屈だからさ。あんたが興味あるなら相手してほしいんだけど。
I'm just so bored staying cooped up in that room all the time. I could use some company if you're interested. I let my words trail off, then planted a squeaky kiss on his neck. Instantly, his ears flushed. What are you, some kind of man-slut?
気持ちいいことはみんな好きだろ。あんたも好きだよな。俺はそれが人一倍強いってだけ。
Everybody likes to feel good, right? Don't you? My libido is just a little stronger than most. He murmured to himself and then fell silent.
でもその前にタバコが欲しい。ないとイライラするんだよ、本当に。探しに行ってもいい？
But first, I need cigarettes. Otherwise, I get majorly cranky. Can I go look for some?
ダメだ。
I can't allow that.
じゃあ持ってきてよ。退屈なのはタバコで我慢するから。それで、あんたが暇になったら遊ぼうよ。
Then bring me some, would you? I can survive the boredom as long as I have my smokes, and if you have some free time, let's fool around. With a seductive smile, I stroked his cheek. He swallowed and stared back at me, blushing furiously.
部屋で待ってろ。すぐに戻る。
Wait in your room. I'll be right back.
わかった。サンキュー。
Cool, thanks. That's funny. I pecked him on the cheek in farewell. Stiffly, he headed off down the hall. As I watched him go, I let out a sigh. That was practically the oldest trick in the book, but somehow he still fell for it. Were all men this stupid? Once he turned the corner, I set off down the hall in the opposite direction. Evidently, my room was the only one with a guard out front because I couldn't see any others. My destination, the woman's room. Of all the women vying for Tono's affection, I recalled one who seemed to have closed herself off. Retracing my steps from memory, I arrived at the door. I knocked lightly. After a moment, the door opened a crack. She's so pretty. Oh, she's so beautiful. What? It was her, the one with the bob cut. This was my first time getting a good look at her face, but I recognized the hair. Her anxious expression paired with her petite build made her look like a teenager, though she was probably in her early 20s.
さっき来たんだけど、覚えてる？
Hi, I was just here. Remember me?
はい。どうかしました？
Yes. Did you need something? Her voice was low and hoarse.
携帯落としたみたいで。
I think I dropped my phone somewhere.
少し待っててください。
Just a moment. She leaned back and shut the door. Truth be told, I was lying. I knew I wouldn't find lying around anywhere. The door opened again, and the short-haired girl returned.
今他の子にも聞いてみたんですけど、携帯電話はなかったって。
I asked the others, but they hadn't seen it.
そうか。困ったな。連絡しろって言われてるのに。
Really? Darn, I was supposed to call him.
遠野さんに？
Ooh, Tono-san?
ああ。
Yeah.
部屋の電話は？
What about the phone in your room?
壊れてるみたいで使えなかった。だから携帯がないと困るんだ。
I tried, but it didn't work. I think it's busted. That's why I was hoping to use my cell. Hesitating, the woman averted her eyes. I could tell she just needed a little push, so I pushed.
できたらでいいんだけど、貸してもらえないか？
If possible, could I borrow yours?
携帯ですか？
My cell phone?
ああ。
Yeah. She looked at her feet.
遠野にバレたら怒られる？
Or will Tono get mad if he finds out?
もちろん無理にとは言わないよ。気にしないでくれ。
I won't force the issue if so. Don't worry about it. I hope being considerate would win me some pity points, but she kept staring at the floor.
それじゃ。
Anyway, see you. Right as I was about to end the conversation, she looked up in determination.
貸します。
Fine. I'll lend it to you.
いいのか？
You sure?
はい。遠野さん、この時間はもうここへは来ないはずだから。部屋に入ってください。誰かに見られたら面倒なので。
Yeah, Tono-san won't be coming by until tomorrow, so come on in. If anyone sees us, there'll be trouble.
She peered cautiously down the hall, then opened the door wide. Just as planned, that being said, I was lucky it was this chick in particular who came to the door. If she hadn't, I would have asked to speak to her. The moment I saw her sitting alone, I knew she was different from the rest. She distanced herself from the rest of the fawning sycophants. And she didn't seem like a drug addict either. Maybe she was just a casual user at most. Wow! When I entered the room, I saw the other women lounging on the bed and sofa. They glanced at me, but quickly lost interest. She's so pretty.
少し待っててください。
Wait here real quick.
The short-haired woman walked further into the room while I stood near the door, nonchalantly observing its residents. There was something off about these women. I'd sensed it during the makeover, and I sensed it again right now. They were staring blankly into space, like they're all sick with a head cold. Sporadically, they would twitch a hand or leg, as if to shoo a fly. I recognized it as the telltale twitch of a tweaker. The distant cloying smell that permeated this room was in fact the smell of meth. Did Tono get them addicted in order to keep them from thinking clearly? That said, these women are all carefully managed like property, so you wouldn't know if they were addicts at first glance. But try as you might, you could never truly hide the effects of hard drugs. Once the makeup wasn't enough to conceal it, they would probably get restocked. While I was lost in thought, the woman returned.
これを
Here.
I really like the colors of her whole outfit. It's very well. It's very nice.
どうも。
Thanks. As she handed me her cell phone, she looked at me with pursed lips. When she first answered the door, she looked like a frightened squirrel, but now she struck me as headstrong.
あなたはなぜここへ？遠野さんとは？
What brings you here?
What's your connection to Tono-san?
仕事で呼ばれた。知り合いがここにいるから。
It's a work thing. A friend of mine is staying here, so.
仕事？
A work?
夜のだよ。
Adult entertainment.
ああ、だから女装を。
Oh, that explains the makeover.
She nodded in understanding.
遠野さんにまさかそっちの趣味があるとは思わなかったけど。
I never pegged Tono-san as that sort of guy.
Okay, I'll be right back. You know, she's so beautiful. I know, right? I feel no obligation to correct the record, so I just went with it.
遠野さんとはそういう関係なの？
So, do you and Tono-san work together?
寝てるかって？
You mean, do I sleep with him?
まあ
Well,
まさか趣味じゃない。
No way, he's not my type. I shrugged playfully, and a relieved smile crept onto her face. I moved a few steps away, then dialed Ray's number, which I luckily had memorized. After a few rings, he picked up.
もしもし
Ray? Hello?
俺だ。
It's me.
トアちょっと今どこにいるの？タクは無事？あんたも
Oh, wait, Toa? What? Wait, where the hell are you? Is Taku alive? Are you alive? His panicked voice blared through the phone speakers. I lowered my voice so the woman wouldn't overhear me.
俺もタクも元気だよ。今仕事で遠野のところに来てる。タクは頼まれてる仕事が忙しいみたいで、あんまり会えないけど。
We're both fine. We're both at Tona's place for work stuff, but Taku's really busy with his tasks, so I don't see him much.
仕事って何？
What? Task?
医薬品らしい。遠野に腕を買われたんだってさ。あいつ医者だからそういうことにも詳しいんだろうな。
Developing some pharmaceutical products. Supposedly, Tono scouted Taku for his skills. I guess doctors would know about all that stuff, huh?
医薬品？トーノってそうか薬ねやばいもの
Tono's making pharmaceutical products? Making a pharmaceutical product? Oh, you mean like a drug, and not the fun kind. Ray seemed to catch on because he lowered his voice too.
誕生日の準備はどうなった？盛大に祝うって言ってたろ。9日後か。すごいパーティーにしないとな。
How's the birthday prep going? You said we're gonna throw a crazy party, right? It's just 9 days away now. We'll have to go all out.
誕生日パーティー9日後
Birthday party? 9 days away?
タクもそれまでに頑張るって言ってたよ。そこを超えたら仕事を頑張ってたのに意味ないって。
Taku said he's gonna work hard to finish in time. I guess it's all pointless if he can't make the deadline.
期限なのねそれが
So there's a time limit on this. Yeah.
わかったわ
Got it.
それじゃそろそろ。
Anyway, I should go.
あ待って五十嵐君から連絡があったの
Oh wait, Igarashi-kun gave me a message for you.
五十嵐から。
He did?
ええトアに連絡しても繋がらないって
Yeah, he said he couldn't get in touch with you.
そりゃそうだろうな。
I'm not surprised.
話したいことがあるって言ってたわ
He said he needs to talk to you.
必ず会ってくれ。五十嵐も楽しみにしてるはずだから。
I really hope you can be there. I know Igarashi's been looking forward to this.
わかった
Got it. Got it.
気をつけて。
Stay safe.
トアも気をつけてね
I will be safe, Toa.
また連絡する。
Sure thing. I'll be in touch. After I hung up, I deleted the entry in the call history, then returned the phone to its owner.
助かった。ありがとう。
Thanks, I really appreciate it. I wasn't sure if my entry-coded message made sense to Ray, but at least I managed to get in touch with him.
よかった。それで
problem. So,
But before she could finish, someone started pounding on the door. The easy-going atmosphere instantly turned tense.
おい開けろ
Hey, open up! As a fierce voice shouted from out the hall, the short-haired woman raced to the door.
一体何が
What's going on?
Whoa.
てめえ、こんなところで何してやがる
The fuck are you doing in here? Out of nowhere, the door flew open and a burly man stormed in. As soon as he saw me, he raised his fist. My vision dimmed as the impact collided with my cheek. He hit harder than I was expecting and I fell to the floor. The sudden violence made the woman shriek in terror.
そんないきなり殴らなくても
You didn't have to hit him.
うるせえ
Shut the fuck up! He roared at the short-haired woman, then rounded on me.
てめえ、沢田にタバコを取りに行かせて、その間に逃げたんだってな。
So you sent someone out to get cigarettes and then snuck away while he was gone, eh? So, evidently, that was the name of the guard posted outside my room.
騙された沢田の野郎は大バカだがよ。てめえ、何勝手に手歩いてやる
Partly it's his fault for letting his stupid ass get tricked, but don't you get fucking strut around wherever you want.
しかもこんな部屋に入り込みやがってよ。女狙ってんのかああ
You don't think you can come in here and try to fuck our chicks, huh? He kicked me in the face with his leather boots, then kicked me in the gut for a good measure. The blow left me winded, pain radiated to my internal organs. And he went back to kicking my head and face. Reflectively, I curled into a ball, shielding my skull with my arms, but this didn't deter him.
やめてよ死んじゃう
Stop! You're gonna kill him!
うるせえこいつ部屋に入れたのは誰だ遠野さんが知ったらどうなるか分かってるんだろうな
Stop it, bitch! Which one of you let this asshole in here? You wanna guess what'll happen if Tono-san finds out?
その人が忘れ物したって言うから探しただけよ
We were just looking for his missing stuff, that's all.
忘れ物だどんな理由があろうと部屋にホイホイ入れるんじゃねえよ
Missing stuff? I don't give a shit. Don't let people in here ever! Once he had his fill of kicking me, he squatted down, then grabbed me by the bangs and hauled me up.
こっちが下手に出てるからってつけ上がりやがって自分の立場分かってんのかあ
Don't fucking try to sneak around on us. Do you know who's in charge around here? Ah! With a twisted grin, I swirled the blood in my mouth and spat in his face. Fuck you. You fucking... He slammed my skull down on the floor and my vision went white like the room exploded. The woman all screeched as he seized me up by the arm and hauled me up again. If it wasn't for Tono-san's orders, you'd be fucking dead. Now start walking. With that, he chased me out of the woman's room. That was interesting. Back in my assigned room, I lay on my back on the bed. I lay my back on the bed. I was used to pain, but I hated whenever my body refused to move like it was supposed to. As I lay there, I drifted in and out of consciousness. Hard to say whether I actually slept or if I just passed out. I glanced over at the clock on the bedside table to find that it was 7 a.m. Morning had rolled around. This room had no windows to speak of, possibly a conscious design choice to create a prison cell, so my sense of time was shot. During the pain, I forced my body into a sitting position. My mouth was still bleeding and I could taste copper. Frankly, I had expected that Tono's men would catch me, and the whole thing was entirely unplanned anyway, so I wasn't that fazed.
If anything, getting in touch with Ray was a huge accomplishment. There was a chance the chick with the bob cut would blab to Tono, but Ray was smart enough to steer clear of him. Now all that remained was Taku. I had so many conflicting feelings about him. It was his fault I was here at all. So part of me was tempted to ditch him and make a run for it. But even I wasn't that cold-blooded. Ideally, I wanted to help Taku escape while I was at it, assuming he'd even agree to it. Seriously, what was he thinking? It was a mystery. Heh, I guess even a soulless husk like me still has some emotions floating around in here. Just then, a knock at the door drew my attention.
Toa,
Toa, it's me. I could hear Taku's voice on the other side. I slowly eased myself onto my feet and inched my way to the door. Your face? When I opened the door and peered out, he looked back at me in shock. Then he stepped inside and shut the door behind him with one hand. In the other, he carried a first aid kit. What happened? Who did this? He looked at me sternly. I raised both hands in surrender. Oh, it's a long story. Don't try to get out of it. God damn it. They don't have to do this to you. Bitterly, he grimaced. Well, the whole reason they brought me was to put screws to you, right? For a moment he looked gutted, but then he closed his eyes, as if to compose himself. Yeah, you're right, but when Tono sent me to patch you up, I wasn't expecting you to be this hurt. First things first. Go sit down on the bed. Dragging my stiff, aching body, I did as asked. Looking worried, Taku set the first aid kit on the bedside table and sat down next to me. Let me see your face. He gingerly cupped my jaw and tilted my head up, squinting his eyes in scrutiny. Open your mouth. I did as instructed, using one hand to move my jaw. He peered into my mouth from different angles. You've got a cut. Looks painful. Next, let's get that shirt off. Once he pulled his hand away from my jaw, I hiked up my shirt over my head. My upper body was dotted with bruises. Taku looked at it and grimaced. He sure got you good. Lay down for a sec. I lay down on my back. He gently pressed against the dark purple bruise on my side. Does that hurt?
Yeah.
No. What about here? Kinda. Alright. If your legs are hurt, let me take a look at those too. I slowly sat up, wriggling out of my pants and dropped them to the floor. Your legs don't look too bad. There was still some bruising on my thighs, but not as dark as my torso. After he gave my body a once-over, Taku reached out to grab the first aid kit, but stopped.
What?
For a moment, he seemed to rub the left side of his chest. This reminded me of the gunshot wound at his left clavicle. Yeah, it's... Oh, my phone. Ah! Does it still hurt? Yeah, just when I'm moving around. With a dry smile, he started my treatment. He applied a compress to the dark bruise on my side, then gently wiped my facial injuries with a cotton square soaked in disinfectant. Your mouth's gonna have some swelling, so eating and drinking might be annoying for the next 2 to 3 days. What about booze? It'll sting like hell, but knock yourself out. He rolled his eyes at me as he applied ointment to my face. I know I got no business saying this, but I don't want to see you get hurt any worse than this. The sadness in his voice gave me a strange sense of deja vu. I felt unusually peaceful. Exhaling, I tried to force it out of my system. I had to guess. It was probably because Taku had taken care of me all these years. He always looked out for me. He was certainly the only person who gave a shit about me in this hellhole. Then I guess you'd better finish your drug or whatever. To overwrite the nostalgia I felt inside, I purposely touched on the subject of the narcotic. Well... He hung his head, his brows tightly knitted, his expression pained. The truth is, I don't want to do it. I don't want to create something that'll ruin people's lives. Then why did you agree to it? Silently, he looked up at me, then sucked in a long breath and said, I owe Tono more than just money. What do you mean? He stared at his feet like he was debating whether to talk about it. Tono paid all my mother's medical bills when she was sick. It was after my parents got divorced, back when I was a junior in high school. My mother was a very sheltered woman and her health was never the best. I wanted to get a job, but I still had school, so I could only work part-time, and part-time jobs don't pay a ton. My mother constantly had money problems, and her weak heart only got weaker. In the end, she turned to drugs. Exhaling, he paused to think for a moment before he continued. I had to watch my mother suffer right in front of me. All I ever wanted was to cure her. I was so sure I could find a way to rescue her from her addiction.
国立の医学部に入って医者を目指すことにした。私立はとんでもなく金がかかる。
So I enrolled into a public med school to pursue a career as a doctor. Couldn't go to a private university since it would cost too much.
とはいえ、国立も私立に比べれば安いってだけで難易度は変わらない。
That being said, just because public schools are cheaper doesn't make them any easier. I wonder what's the difference in Japan because, like, where I live, like, if it's... Like, you have to pay for public and private, but private costs more. But the thing is, with public, there's a huge waitlist for a lot of programs. Like, nursing school is like 3 years in a lot of public schools, but for private, it's right away. I wonder how it's like in Japan.
そもそも月焼き場の勉強で本当に入れるかどうかもわからないまま。
I was cramming every night, never sure how much of my studies would actually stick.
とにかく寝る間も惜しんで、バイトと勉強漬けで、毎日不安でたまらなかったよ。
Instead, I sacrificed sleep to work and study. Every day I was racked with crippling anxiety. Yeah, I couldn't do that. I can't study well if I don't have enough sleep. That sucks.
そんな時だ。あいつが声をかけてきたのは。
And that's when he first reached out to me. His expression darkened and he let out a hard breath.
遠野とは別に仲がいいわけじゃなかった。だから最初は警戒した。
Tono and I were never on close terms, so naturally I was suspicious at first.
それに当時、遠野は悪い連中とつるんでるって噂があったからな。
At the time, there were rumors going around that he was hanging around with the wrong crowd.
結局、あいつは根っからの悪だったわけだが、あの時は実際に話してみると、そんなに悪いやつでもないと思っちまったんだ。
As I would later discover, he was evil to the core, but after we first started talking, I thought maybe he wasn't so bad.
それどころか、俺の話に賛同してくれてな。医者を目指すのは素晴らしい志だと。
I mean, he told me I was doing the right thing, that studying to be a doctor was truly admirable of me.
ただ医者になるよりも、研究者になったらどうかとまで言われてな。その場合は全力で支援するとも。
But then he suggested I should be a researcher instead. Said he'd support me 100% if I chose to go that route. It's interesting.
母親の入院費も遠野が出すと言ってくれて。
And he even offered to pay my mom's hospital bills.
俺はその恩に報いるべく、薬学部の薬科学科に進むことにした。研究者になるために。
So, to repay him for that, I decided to major in pharmaceutical science and become a researcher.
学生なのに、遠野はそんな大金を払えたのか。
Tono had that kind of cash when he was in college? Taku slowly shook his head.
あいつの父親は不動産経営をしていて、昔から金持ちで有名だったんだ。
He came from an infamously wealthy family, and his father worked in property management.
それでも同級生から金を借りることに抵抗がなかったわけじゃない。が、なりふり構っていられなかった。
Obviously, I wasn't crazy about taking money from a peer, but I was desperate.
俺は薬学部へ入って研究に没頭した。そうしているうちに、やはり医者になりたいと思うようになったんだ。
So I enrolled in the pharmaceutical department and devoted myself to my research, but over time I kept yearning to be a doctor instead.
俺の手で母親のように苦しんでる人を助けたいと。
I wanted to help my mother and anyone else who had to suffer like she did.
悩んだ末、薬学部の修士課程を収めてから医学部に入り直したいと遠野に相談した。
So after a lot of agonizing, I told Tono I wanted to re-enroll in med school after I got my master's in pharmaceutical science. So man, how many years of school did this dude do? That's crazy.
それまでの遠野の支援を思えば、到底受け入れてもらえない話だろうとは思っていた。金を返せと言われても仕方がない。
Considering all the financial support he'd given me, I was expecting him to refuse. Figured he might even ask for his money back.
それでも一か八かで話した。遠野はあっさりと快諾したよ。
But I took a gamble and told him anyway, and he agreed.
医者を目指すならそれで構わないと言ってな。俺はひたすら遠野に感謝するしかなかった。
He said he didn't mind if I wanted to be a doctor. At the time, I couldn't thank him enough.
その後、俺は薬学部の修士課程を終えてから医学部に入った。ようやく本当にやりたかったことができる。
After that, I finished my master's degree and went back to med school. At last, I could finally pursue my dreams.
さあ、これからだって時に、母親が病室から失踪したんだ。
Right as I was gearing up for that, my mother vanished from her hospital room.
どこを探しても見つからなくて、結局、病院から遠く離れた路地裏で発見された。
Searched everywhere, and eventually she was found in an alley miles from the hospital. He paused there to exhale deeply. I could tell from the look on his face that he didn't want to continue, but nevertheless.
発見された時、母親はもう死んでた。俺がちゃんと見てなかったせいだと、そう思った。
When they found her, she was already dead. I told myself it was my fault for neglecting her.
俺はもしかしたら勉強に打ち込むふりをして母親から逃げてたんじゃないかと思ったんだ。
I wondered if maybe I only pretended to study in order to get away from her.
母親を見殺しにした自分が許せなかった。それから自暴自棄になって、タバコや酒に溺れるようになって。
I hated myself for leaving her to die alone, and those self-destructive impulses led me to drown myself in booze and smokes.
せっかく医学部に入ったのに、すべてがどうでもよくなって、遠野とも疎遠になってな。
Right when I finally got back to med school, I suddenly didn't give a shit. Me and Tono stopped talking too.
生も根も尽き果てて、そろそろ死のうかと思ってた時に、偶然、遠野と再会したんだ。
But right when all hope was gone and I was about ready to die, I encountered him purely by chance.
遠野は高里組として頼みたいことがあると言ってきた。あいつが高里組に入っていたことを知ったのはその時だ。
He told me that Takusato Gumi had a job for me. That's when I first found out he was part of a gang.
だが意外だとは思わなかった。昔から悪い噂が絶えなかった男だ。
But given all the nasty rumors about him, I wasn't that surprised.
関わらない方がいいとは思ったんだが、あいつには恩があったし、信頼していた。
I'd hoped to avoid him if possible, but I still felt indebted to him and I trusted him. He let out another heavy sigh and closed his eyes. His throat quavered like he was trying to choke down his feelings.
今ならわかるが、遠野は狡猾だ。
Looking back, I realized it was all part of his plan.
俺に初めて話しかけてきた時も、俺が医者を目指していることにあらかじめ目をつけて、種をまいておいたんだろう。
He only talked to me because he knew ahead of time that I was aiming to be a doctor. Probably wanted to get in my good graces.
研究者を目指せと言って薬学部に入るよう勧めたのも、将来的に薬物に詳しい人間がいた方が便利だと考えたんだろうな。
And he only encouraged me to pursue pharmaceutical research because he wanted to ensure that he'd have easy access to someone with that kind of knowledge.
実際、あいつは普通の医者が嫌がるようなことを頼んでくるようになった。
As it turned out, he wanted me to do the kind of stuff a regular doctor would never agree to.
もし依頼を断るなら、今まで貸した金をすべて負債にすると言ってな。
Said if I refused, he'd invoice me for all the money he'd lent me thus far.
あいつは全部計算してたってことだ。俺に話しかけてきた時から何もかも。
He'd completely set me up right from the very first time we talked. Just take it to depth, bro. Easy.
クリニックの地下もそのためか。
Is that why you have the basement room at the clinic? He nodded darkly.
ああ、高里組から依頼があった時に使うためだ。
Yeah, I use it whenever the Takasato Gumi has a job for me.
それで、これから先もずっと遠野の操り人形を続ける気なのか。
So you're going to be Tono's little puppet forever? He shot me an anguished look, his brow furrowed deeply.
それは。
一生、遠野の人形でいるつもりか。
For the rest of your life. He stared at the floor, his expression pained.
あの薬を完成させてしまったら、俺は母親の命を奪った薬の存在を肯定することになる。
If I finish this drug, I might as well throw a parade for the one that killed my mother.
そうなってしまったら、俺は何のために医者になったのか。こんなことをするためじゃないんだ。なのに。
If I do this, then what was the point of me becoming a doctor after all? I never set out to do this shit, but...
だったら、やめればいい。
Then, just quit.
やめちまえよ。
Tell him to get fucked.
それは無理だ。
I can't do that. He choked the words out.
俺はもう何も失いたくない。大切なものを守りたいんだ。
I don't want to lose what I have left. I just want to protect the things that matter to me. Ah.
お前はどうしたい？
俺は
What do you want to do? Oh. Play bad cop until he admits why he's hesitating, yeah. Why are you so scared of losing? Well,
大切なんだ。
all of you, everything, the clinic, the staff, the patients, every part of my life. I don't want it to disappear.
ポジティブ。お前は。
You put your head in the sand to maintain the status quo, and now it's made everything worse. You get that, right? Right now, I'm more fulfilled than I've ever been. In spite of all this shit, I'm happy.
俺にとってはな。
But I owe that happiness to a debt I incurred in my past.
ネガティブ。考えろ。
So you're not going to fight?
ああ。よく聞け。
You're just a coward.
なあ。
So what is it you actually want?
ネガティブ。それは。
If you can't figure out the answer to that question, then none of this can change.
当か？
You can't see the big picture.
そうか。
ああ、
Think about it. Are you sure this is what you want?
とは。
Oh. Shit. Maybe I should stop. I lost interest and fell silent. Oops.
大切なんだ。
ポジティブ。お前は。
No, wait. I'm gonna do the opposite. Whee!
大切。
ネガティブ。へえ。
And this is going to lead to that?
俺にと。
ポジティブ。そうだろ。
If you want to protect what you have, then don't you think you need to do something?
ああ。
ああ。よく聞け。
You're just a coward.
なあ。ポジティブ。おい。
Grow up here already.
ああ。いいんだな。
At this rate, you're as good as dead. Shit. Not as good as I thought it was.
大切な。
Ah.
ポジティブ。
俺に。
ポジティブ。
ああ。
よく。なあ。ポジティブ。おい。ああ。本当。
そう。
ああ。
とは。
What? Maybe the last one is like I should like just stay silent, I think is the best choice.
大切な。
ポジティブ。お。
俺に。
ポジティブ。そうだろ。
あ
あ。ああ。よく。なあ。ポジティブ。おい。
Immediately. God.
大。
ポジティブ。おま。
俺に。
ネガティブ。考えろ。よく。なあ。ポジティブ。おい。
Oh, it should be there. It should be there. Hmm.
ああ。本当。
そう。
ああ。ああ。
とは。
Motherfucker. Are you kidding me? The fuck is the combo?
大切。
ネガティブ。へえ。
Ha.
俺にとってはな。
ポジティブ。
あ
ああ。よ。なあ。ネガティブ。それは。ああ。ほんと。ああ。
どう
Oh my god, what the fuck am I supposed to do?
大
ポジティブ。を。
俺
I'll just do what it says at the. Oh.
ポジティブ。
あ
ああ。よく。なあ。ネガティブ。それ。いいんだな。
Oh my god. What the fuck am I supposed to do?
ポジティブ。を。
Maybe if I just pick positive for everything.
Positive.
Oh, be nice. Oh, he's sad. Oh, you gotta be nice.
よ。なあ。ポジティブ。おい。ああ。
Don't tell him to die because he gets pissed off from that. Yeah. Let's try saving here. Motherfucker. Oh my god! What the fuck? Should I just open up a guide? I just.
大切。
ポジティブ。お前。
俺
ポジティブ。そうだろ。
あ
ああ。よく。なあ。ネガティブ。それは。ああ。ほんと。ああ。あ、
どう
I'm looking up a guide. I can't do this. What the fuck? Am I missing something? Slow damage. What's his face? Taku. Fucker. Don't tell me I'm missing something. Probably not, right? Okay, let's see, is there a date? No, it doesn't tell me. We are... Where are we? Okay, I have it. I'm just gonna follow this guide to a T because I am tired.
ネガティブネガティ
You gotta be an asshole. Don't you dare run.
ブよし
That's the answer? I'm
No.
missing that. Oh? Oh, informant. I don't have that's the answer. Maybe that's why.
ポジティブ
Oh, shit.
あいいんだなタクが求めているのは
You want drugs? Yeah.
薬物薬物の開発は
How's the development going? Not
も
epic.
うお前の中で答えは出てるよな
それでも俺は
Hope he doesn't make the drug.
ま
Really
だ
hope.
迷ってるのか
I'm still hesitating.
わからないんだ
聞かせろ
You said you became a doctor so you could help people like your mom, right?
もちろんそうだ
Yes, I did.
Positive. なら
Come on, the answers were in front of you.
ああ
You've given up.
ああタク
So why not drop everything and run away? I can't.
いいのか
You put your head in the sand and your mom died. You sure you want to let that happen again?
Positive. やめたらどうだ
There's still time.
ああどうする
It's easy to give up. It's the easy way out. If you honestly can't decide, then go ahead and make the drug.
お前が望むなら
Yourself, it's Tono's fault, not yours.
だがそれじゃ
I can't.
ポジティブいいだろ別に
Not like you're gonna use this drug. Not your circus, not your monkeys. Not like you're gonna spill the beans and tell people you were the one who made it, right? You claim your own defense, but I don't see it that way.
どう
What's that supposed to mean? I don't know either, man. You adapt to Tono, that's why you're torn, right? Yes, I own, but...
ポジティブ分かって
Without him, you wouldn't be here right now, right? Yeah.
そうか。
If you can't think for yourself, then what good are you?
要は
You resigned yourself to this, right? From day one. You've already decided you can't change anything.
違う。
No,
そうじゃない。
no, I...
ネガティブ。それじゃダメだ。
Your feelings don't mean anything on their own. They're irrelevant.
タクが悩んでいるのは
Taku's worried about.
負債。
What?
負債はタクが求めているのは母親の身代わり。
I wonder what surrogate goldfish means. Like, never heard that term before.
俺は母親の身代わりなんだろ
I'm just a replacement
う。お
goldfish
前
for
が
my
本
mom.
当に
Right?
好きなのは俺の母親で、ずっと俺を身代わりにしてたんだろ
違う。
う。恐れてるのか、失うことを。
俺は
決められないのか。
It's getting kind of weird in here. Not gonna lie. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Taku hopped off the bed and answered it. A man in a business suit walked in. It was the same burly guy who beat the shit out of me in the women's room.
兄貴がそいつを呼んどる。手当てはすんだが。
Anaki's calling for him. Is he all patched up? He smirked at me as I sat on the bed.
ずいぶん男前になったじゃねえか。その腫れ上がった顔で兄貴にたっぷり可愛がってもらえよ。
Well, now, you look like a real man for a change. Maybe you can get Aniki to kiss your puffy face. Taku glared at the other man.
早く来い。
Hurry it up. I slowly eased myself onto my feet, then headed to the door. As I passed Taku, standing there in silence, our eyes met. We looked at each other for a long moment until he averted his gaze. I left the room without looking back.
失礼します。
Pardon the intrusion.
入れ。
Come in. At Tono's command, his lackeys opened the door with a keycard and let me inside. Tono was lounging on his leather sofa, sipping a glassful of amber liquid. With a bow, the subordinate left the room. As I stood there blankly, Tono looked at me and chuckled.
おいおい、ずいぶんひどくやられたな。母親にの顔が台無しだ。
Well, you've certainly seen better days, haven't you? So much for your mother's good looks.
あんたの部下に言えよ。
It was your crony that did it.
うちのは気性が荒いやつが多くてな。来い。
Yes, well, a lot of my men are the hot-headed type. Come. He beckoned to me with a single finger. Big fan of condescending gestures, apparently. Regardless, I obeyed. He set his glass down on the coffee table, grabbed my arm, and yanked me towards him. It knocked me off balance and I collapsed on top of him. His icy gaze was now mere inches from my face. He stared at me in silence for a long moment, then he sighed and shoved me away in annoyance.
試してみようかと思ったんだが、その顔じゃ興ざめだ。
I thought I'd give it a try, but your face really kills my heart on. Give what a try? Gay sex? I sneered at him.
また女装でもするか。
Want me to put the dress back on?
だとしてもその怪我じゃな。
Until your swelling goes down. With an exaggerated shrug, he rose to his feet and walked to the counter.
座ってろ。
Have a seat. Per his instructions, I sat on the sofa and looked around the room. The furnishings were all in matching black and the lighting was dim, reminiscent of a host club. Tono grabbed a clean glass from the shelf, poured some whiskey in, and walked back.
飲めよ。
Drink it. I took the glass, but I didn't feel like drinking, so I just shifted it around in my hands. He returned to the sofa and picked up his own half-empty glass.
おとなしい玉じゃないとは思ってたが、暴れ馬だな。さすが、組にいただけある。
I knew I couldn't expect you to behave, but you really are an unruly clot. A yakuza through and through.
お前、見張りに色目を使ったんだって？
I heard you seduced your guard.
引っかかる方が悪い。
His fault for falling for it. Ono chuckled.
そりゃそうだ。あいつには焼きを入れておいた。もちろん、見張り役も他のやつに交代だ。
Ha! Touché. I went ahead and saw it to it that he was punished, and replaced with a different guard, of course. He downed the rest of his whiskey, then fixed me with a probing look.
お前、自分の武器が何なのかよくわかってるよな。目的のためなら手段は選ばないタイプか？
You have a firm grasp of your strongest assets. I take it you'll do anything to achieve your means.
あんたほどじゃない。
I'm not as cutthroat as you.
言うね。俺とお前は似てるとまでは言わないが、近いものを感じるな。
Flattered. I wouldn't say you and I are alike, but I do feel I can relate. With a snort, he set his empty glass on the coffee table, then leaned back against the sofa.
村瀬が不妻者だってことは知ってるのか？
Are you aware that Merce is in debt with us?
本人から聞いた。
He told me himself.
そうか。じゃあ、あいつが俺から逃げられないってことも知ってるんだな。
I see. Well then, you know that he's stuck with me.
ああ。
Yeah. Tono stared wistfully in the distance, his eyes narrowed.
村瀬はな、もともと金持ちのお坊ちゃんで、俺と同じ高校に通ってたんだ。
See, Merce used to be a little rich boy. He and I attended the same high school.
だが両親が離婚して母親だけになって、一気に貧乏になってな。
Then his father left and he and his mother plummeted straight into poverty.
ただ、あいつはすこぶる頭が良かった。成績も常にトップクラスで医者を目指してた。
He was a very smart guy, always top of our class, and he wanted to be a doctor.
俺はあいつと知り合う前から、おそらく本当に医者になるだろうと踏んでた。
I was sure he'd go the distance before I ever got to know him.
だから話しかけて縁を作ったんだ。医者の知り合いってのは重要だからな。重宝する。
So I reached out to him, established a connection. Having a doctor in your network is worth its weight in gold, you know. Very useful.
あいつが何か悩んでたら、すぐに相談に乗ってやったりな。未来の先行投資ってやつだ。
He seemed to be struggling with something, so I offered to help him out. Made a little investment into his future.
薬の研究職を進めたら見事にそっちに進んだよ。結果として医者になったが、むしろ好都合だった。
I told him he should go into drug research, so that's exactly what he did. Went back to med school afterwards, but that suited me fine. He paused and looked at me with a meaningful grin.
あいつはともかく、お前からすればとんだとばっちりだよな。巻き込まれた挙句、こんなところまで連れてこられて。迷惑だろ?
Letting him aside, this must feel awfully unfair from your perspective. You got dragged into someone else's business, and now you're here. Frustrating, isn't it?
言いたいことがあるならはっきり言えよ。
Get to the point already. While it was cold, his theatrical tone of voice pissed me off. He strained his posture and shot me a look that suggested he just thought of a fun idea.
取引しないか?
Why don't we make a deal?
取引?
Deal.
ああ。応じるなら、ここでのお前の待遇を良くしてやる。
Yes, if you agree, then I'll make your stay here that much more pleasant.
解放されるわけじゃないのか?
Can't you just let me leave?
さすがにそれはできない相談だ。
No can do, I'm afraid. He shook his head. What the heck is happening here? Is this a mirror? Make your demands.
俺の愛人になれ。
Be my lover. This I was not expecting. I stared at him in silence. He was smiling thinly, but didn't seem to be joking.
本気で言ってるのか?
Are you serious?
ああ。
Yes. He reached out and grabbed me by the jaw. His eyes narrowed behind the lenses of his glasses.
お前は母親譲りの整った顔立ちをしてる。なのに顔も体もズタボロだ。ひどく醜い。
You have your mother's good looks, and yet your body looks like roadkill. Hideous.
そういうのはな、見てる方に背徳的な興奮をもたらす場合もある。嫌悪と紙一重のな。
However, that sort of contrast can be morbidly arousing. Allure and disgust are two sides of the same coin.
大抵の人間は傷跡だらけのお前を見て目をそらすだろうが、中にはそうじゃない人間もいる。
I imagine most people avert their eyes when they chance upon a freak like you, but surely not all of them.
無意識にお前の傷跡を魅力だと感じるやつもいるってことだ。さらに言えば、綺麗なものを汚したい欲望を隠し持ってるやつも案外多い。
Some are subconsciously drawn to your scars, and for that matter, there are actually quite a lot of people who secretly yearn to tarnish something beautiful.
そういう連中がお前を見たら、欲望をかきたてられるはずだ。すでに傷跡まみれなんだから、もっとひどく扱ってもいいだろうとな。
If that sort of person were to see you, it would spark desire. Since you're already damaged goods, they'd figure they can get away with a little rough handling.
お前のそのアンバランスな体は、刺激心をそそるんだよ。
It's that mismatch that entices the sadist in me. Fingers traveled from my chin to my cheek, then followed the scar running across the bridge of my nose.
俺はお前が嫌いだ。醜いからな。だが手元には置いておきたくなる。不思議なことに。
Personally, I can't stand you. You're ugly as sin, and yet, oddly enough, I want to keep you around. He spoke matter-of-factly with a smile.
どうだ?
So, how about it? As we held eye contact, I made a show of contemplation. But deep down, I had already decided.
わかった。
Sure. He squinted at me dubiously.
ずいぶんあっさりと決めたな。
Well, that was easy.
もっと悩んだ方が良かったか。
Do you want me to hesitate?
村瀬はいいのか？
What about Mercy?
タク、何が？
Taku, what about him?
お前を守ろうと必死になってるだろう？
He's desperate to keep you safe, you know.
関係ない。
It's none of his business.
そうか？このことを知ったら苦しむぞ。
That's so. He'd be heartbroken if he'd heard that.
あいつを苦しめるために俺を連れてきたんじゃないのか。
Isn't that why you brought me here? To hurt him?
確かに。それなら本当に決まりだ。まるで汚い野良猫でも拾った気分だがな。
Good point. In that case, we officially have ourselves a deal. Feels like I've adopted a filthy stray cat. Let out a throaty chuckle, grabbed his empty glass and stood up. Then he walked to the counter. At the counter, he poured himself another glass of whiskey and downed it. Then he fixed me with a defiant look.
交渉成立だ。
Nice doing business with you. No damage. The next day. Now that I was Tono's lover, I was permitted some freedoms. Unsurprisingly, I still wasn't allowed to have my cell phone, but he stopped posting a guard outside my room, and I was allowed to walk around. At the same time, I was also given new restrictions. I had to visit Tono's room every night and go to him whenever he called for me. If he asked me to fuck him, I was prepared to do it. It wouldn't be fun, but then again, most jobs weren't. More importantly, I needed to come up with an escape plan now that I wasn't so restricted. And Taku was coming with me. Though I still wasn't sure what he was planning to do, or more accurately, whether he had made his choice. How would he react if he found out I was Tono's lover? Maybe he would be pissed, or maybe he would just roll his eyes. Where was he anyway? I left my room and searched for him. Tono said he had arranged for Taku to have a separate workspace. I figured Taku was probably there, so I headed off down the hall, but then I saw a man in a suit walking towards me. At first I thought it was one of Tono's goons, but then he had a distinctly different air about him. He spotted me and came to a stop. Oh. Fujita. It's you. It was Fujieda, the lawyer. Like last time, he was wearing a classy suit, carrying a coat in one hand and a briefcase in the other. He looked at me in mild surprise.
村瀬さんがここへ来ていることは聞いていたが、まさか君もいるとはな。
I was aware that Mercy-san was here, but I never imagined you had tagged along. I shrugged silently.
なぜいる？
What are you doing here?
愛人になれって言われて。
He told me to be his lover. Fujieda frowned.
遠野氏がか。
Tonoshi, you mean? Tonoshi, you mean?
ああ。
Yeah. He let out an exaggerated sigh, then reached up to adjust his glasses with his middle finger.
人様の趣味に口出しをしたくはないが、不思議だ。女に困っているわけでもないだろうに。
I don't intend to pass judgment on someone else's proclivities, but I don't understand it. He has no shortage of women here.
本人に聞けよ。それより、タクがどこにいるか知らないか。
You'll have to ask him. Anyway, do you know where Taku is? Fujieda shot me an icy look.
君が知らないということは、教える必要がないということだろう。
答えるわけがない。
If you don't know, then that probably means you're not supposed to. And you won't be getting it out of me.
そうか。じゃあな。
Alright then, see ya. I started walking like I was done with him.
待て。
Wait. His voice was lower now. I stopped.
くだらないことは考えるなよ。遠野氏の邪魔をするな。
Don't try to do anything stupid. Don't get in Tonoshi's way. With that warning, he strode off. I looked over my shoulder and watched him go. I didn't like him. The mere sight of his face was enough to ruin my day. Shaking him from my mind, I faced forward and started walking. But no amount of walking helped me find Taku. Eventually, I got so desperate I considered pounding on every door in the hall. But just then, I heard a door fly open right behind me and a man ran out. Shit. Screeching, he charged straight at me. On reflex, I tried to dodge, but then I felt an impact against my right arm. Oh, I looked over and realized he had stabbed a ballpoint pen deep into my skin. He was clearly acting weird, drooling from the mouth and panting like a wild animal. He roared and charged again. I ran in the opposite direction and turned the corner. It was a dead end. The man closed in, both hands outstretched. Wow, researcher outfit. Stop! I heard a familiar voice, and then Taku rounded the corner. He grabbed the man from behind, trying to pin his arms up. The man struggled, trying to shake Taku off. While Taku had him distracted, I moved in close and delivered a headbutt to his jaw. Knocked backwards, he let out a muffled grunt, then went limp, passed out apparently. Toa, you okay? Your arm. Let him look at my new injury, and the blood drained from Taku's face.
ボールペンの刺し傷ってのは初めての経験だな。
First time I've ever been stabbed by a pen, I gotta admit. I wasn't really that alarmed. In fact, for a moment, I marveled at it like an art piece. Then I grabbed the pen and yanked it out, causing fresh blood to spill out of me. Jesus, kid. Taku shot me a look of annoyance and disapproval. Well, we need to get you patched up. Come with me. He slung the unconscious man's arm around his shoulders and heaved him up. At least now I'd found Taku. He headed back to the room the other man had run out of, and I followed after him. As soon as I stepped foot inside, it hit me. This was his workroom. At the very least, it was nothing like the woman's room nor my own. It was furnished with a table littered with test tubes and beakers, like the kind you'd use in a science experiment. Where is it, bro? Oh, here? Taku deposited the other man on the floor and then walked to the table. There, he grabbed a vial of liquid and injection needle from the tray. He pulled on a pair of latex gloves, filled the needle with fluid, then injected it into the man's right arm.
ドアはそこに座ってくれ。
Went ahead and gave him a tranquilizer just in case. You sit there. I sat down where he indicated. He came over with a first aid kit, took my arm and rolled up my sleeve.
痛そうだな。
Looks painful. He grimaced at the bleeding wound and started treatment. Immediately, it was throbbing, but nothing I couldn't handle.
その男は薬でもやってるのか？
Is that dude on drugs or something? I looked at the man on the floor as I spoke. Taku's expression twisted in misery.
ああ、試薬を投与されたんだ。
Yeah, they gave him an experimental dose.
投与された？お前がやったんじゃないのか？
Hey, so you didn't give it to him yourself?
俺は被験者の経過や症状を観察して、成分の合成に関する提案をまとめてるんだ。
My job is to write a report on how the composition of the drug affects his symptoms over time.
試薬の投与自体は別の部屋で他の誰かがやってる。
The dosage itself is handled by someone else in a different room.
その被験者っていうのはどこから？
Where'd they get that trial patient?
負債者だろうな。
Probably a debitor.
高里組に借金したやつはみんな奴隷扱いなのか？
What? What? So anyone who owes money to the Takasato Gumi is their slave now?
高里組は金のためなら非人道的なことも平気でやる。いや、遠野がか。
These people will use any means to get their money's worth, or Tono's will anyway.
お前も無関係じゃないよな。
And you're complacent in it? Taku stopped and looked at me with anguish in his eyes.
そうだな。
Right. He averted his eyes. I was purposely trying to provoke him, of course. I wanted to gauge his reaction, and sure enough, I got what I expected. How long are you planning to make a I know what it is. How do you pronounce it? Martyr of himself?
遠野から俺のこと聞いたか？
Did you hear about me from Tono? He looked up at me as he resumed the first aid process.
愛人になれってさ。
He told me to be his lover. He froze, horrified.
それで、お前は
And you said
断るメリットがない。
you didn't see a downside. His eyes widened in disbelief.
脅されたのか？
Did he blackmail you into it?
いや、
No.
じゃあどうして？
Then why?
待遇が良くなるって話だったからな。
He said he'd make things more comfortable for me here.
だからって。
So what if he...
俺は巻き込まれただけだ。
I'm a victim, remember? I cut in, staring cold into his eyes. According to Tono, Taka was using me as a surrogate for my mother. So how would he feel now that he knew I was Tono's lover? Would he still pretend that I was a robot with no will of his own? He stared at the floor and spoke in a waverly, panicked voice.
それは形だけってことじゃないのか。遠野にそういう趣味はなかったはずだ。
Is this just a nominal title or something? Because I don't remember Tono ever swinging that way.
俺の女装を見て考えが変わったらしい。
He said he changed his mind after he saw me cross-dress.
お前は本当にそれでいいのか？
And you're seriously alright with it?
ああ、
Yeah.
遠野にそういう関係を強要されるかもしれないんだぞ。
You know he might make you perform sexual favors for him, right? This actually made me laugh in spite of myself.
俺が今までどれだけ男に抱かれてきたと思ってるんだよ。一人増えたところで今更だろ。
I've fucked dozens of guys by this point. What's one more? Oh. Instantly, Taku's smoke turned bright red. It swirled and swayed, threatening to engulf me. Meanwhile, he swelled with fury and his right hand balled into a tight fist. In that moment, I was sure he was going to deck me. But... Fuck! Gritting his teeth, he turned away. With nowhere to vent his anger, his fist shook until it finally unclenched. Then he jumped up and stormed off to the door. Without so much of a final glance, he walked out and shut the door behind him. I looked down at my bandaged arm. Evidently, Taku was even more stubborn than I thought. But at the same time, he was clearly agitated. Hatred of the drugs that killed his mother, hatred of himself for letting her die, feelings of obligation shackling him to Tono. He was probably asking himself, what's the right thing to do? In his current state, he honestly couldn't tell. Ultimately, however, the decision was his to make. Subconsciously, I found myself digging into my fresh wound with my fingers. Okay, I'm ending it there for today. Getting sleepy.